Chapter 464. The old monk did not approach and sat on the ground, facing Su Fengnian from a distance. After meeting, the old monk introduced himself to Meng Qi, showing his sincerity. The old monk placed his bamboo staff horizontally across his knees. Su Fengnian listened attentively. The old monk said slowly, "Young master used the Great Yellow Palace as a golden chamber, practiced the double rolling blade technique, nurtured the Wu family's flying sword outside, and nurtured the #1 swordsman, Li Chuangong's green snake sword will inside. Your talent is great, your talent is high, and your perseverance is hard to come by." Su Fengnian, whose secrets had been seen through by the old monk, was shocked. His expression was normal as he smiled and said, "Senior, you don't have to restrain yourself first. Just say it." The old monk smiled and said, "In ancient times, when the wise men tried to control the flood, it was better to dredge it than to block it. Regardless of whether it is the sword or the saber, Buddhism's silent meditation, Taoism's golden chamber, or martial artists' closed scabbard meditation, they all go against the flow and accumulate the spirit. However, to me, going against the flow is not derogatory. Young master, please don't take it to heart. It's just that when you block the flow, it becomes a flood. When you dredge it up, you have to pay attention to it. Do you block it to the end, or do you occasionally make small mistakes?" Su Fengnian said sincerely, "I don't dare to play dumb with you. In my opinion, it's better to block it to the end. Because the Bao has the principle of slackness, I understand that. However, if closed scabbard meditation is like a woman taking a stroll, walking and stopping, bashful and resting, I don't think it's a big deal." The old monk was not like those famous scholars who argued about the flow of the river. If there was a slight difference in opinion, they would be as aggressive as if they had killed their father. They would want to take all the principles of the world into their own hands. The old monk was not arrogant because he was from the two Zen temples. He still carefully pondered over Su Fengnian's words, which were suspiciously stubborn. He said calmly, "This old monk is not good at talking about big and small principles outside of Buddhism. I would like to shamelessly ask for some water from you first. Allow this old monk to slowly think it through before speaking to you." Su Fengnian smiled. He was in a good mood. He stood up, took out his water pouch, and leisurely tossed it over. After the old monk caught it, he took out a white bowl from his traveling bag. He poured half a bowl of water and drank a mouthful with relish. In the old monk's opinion, a bowl of very plain water was better than any delicacy. If it was his favorite porridge, it would be even better. Su Fengnian took a step back and stopped arguing. He asked, "What if I'm willing to drain the accumulated water?" The old monk raised his head and said, "It's enough to make love with a woman. Actually, your great yellow courtyard has already reached the realm of consummation. The reason why it's lacking is not because there are a few major acupoints that have yet to be opened, but because it's lacking yin and yang." The corner of Su Fengnian's mouth twitched a few times. The old monk laughed heartily and said, "Don't think that this old monk is a perverted monk. It's just that it's normal for men and women to make love. Although this old monk is an outsider, I don't see it as a scourge. Moreover, when I was young, I often couldn't sleep well at night. I was often beaten and scolded by my master." The old monk restrained his smile and said solemnly, "It's a good thing that you use the world's injustices to nourish your will. There's righteousness in the world. Although it doesn't repel murderous aura, it's mixed with evil aura and resentment. It's strong but not pure. You have to know that if you go astray, every step you take, every bit of strength you exert, it may seem like you're going far away from home, but it's actually going astray. Have you ever asked yourself this question? Moreover, in this old monk's humble opinion, when people say that they have a clear conscience, most of them are guilty. Even if they have a clear conscience, they are guilty of the truth. Allow this old monk to pour a bowl of water." The old monk poured a second bowl of water, leveled it, tilted it again, and shook it again until the water in the bowl calmed down. "Young master, when we conduct ourselves in the world, we all use this bowl. The righteousness of the world is the water in the bowl. It's just that the depth is different. No matter how the bowl is tilted, this bowl of water is always as flat as a mirror. Su Fengnian frowned and said, if that's the case, how can you say that a bowl of water is equal? Isn't this just making trouble for nothing? The old monk drank a mouthful of water and shook his head with a smile. This old monk doesn't dare to make a judgment. This bowl of water was swindled from your hands. I'm ashamed, ashamed. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His gaze became much gentler and he smiled. Senior is indeed an old immortal of the two Zen temples. With just a few words, you're able to talk about big principles on small matters. Compared to those Buddhist teachings that are scattered by heavenly maidens, it's much more pleasing to the ear. The old monk held the bowl of water in one hand and hurriedly shook it with the other. What old immortal? Young master, you flatter me. I am old, but I'm still far from being an immortal. Other than reading scriptures all year round in the temple, I'm not good at preaching scriptures. In fact, I only know how to do some farm work. Principles and whatnot are all figured out from farming. Su Fengnian asked curiously, the monks of the two Zen temples have been conferred the title of imperial preceptor countless times. Has Senior not been conferred the title of imperial preceptor by the imperial court? The old monk smiled lightly and drank a mouthful of water. He smiled and said, clothes can warm up 10%, rice can fill 7 or 8 stomachs, and tea can be drunk up to 5 or 6 flavors. That's enough. Su Fengnian smiled, then you have. The old monk laughed, reserved. Even if you're not an old immortal, you have to have the demeanor of an old immortal. I have a disciple who passes on my mantle. He also has a daughter. When he found out that I was going down the mountain, he advised me to have the demeanor of an immortal. Seeing that I wasn't willing to dress up properly, he sent me down the mountain and was lectured by her all the way. The corner of Su Fengnian's mouth twitched violently. With a gentle gaze, he asked, is it a young lady with the surname Li? She has a little monk by her side who is her childhood sweetheart. The old monk was like a Buddha who had opened his eyes. He immediately understood, so it's His Royal Highness. I've long heard that His Royal Highness sincerely worships Buddha. No wonder. I've been rude. Su Fengnian stood up and bowed respectfully. He said in a deep voice, Su Fengnian greets the abbot. The old monk stood up and returned the greeting before sitting down again. He slowly drank his water and smiled, Your Highness, you don't have to be so courteous. After Su Fengnian sat down, he asked, Old abbot, are you going to Beimang to destroy Buddha? The old monk nodded and sighed, I'm not going to Beimang to be arrogant and try to influence the Beimang emperor who is bent on destroying Buddha. I just want to talk to the monks about the Diamond Sutra. I don't know the fate of heaven, but I'm doing my best. The Confucian saints have 300 poems. In a word, they are pure and innocent. The old lord rides a green ox and has 3,000 Daoist scriptures to seek peace. Buddha doesn't write words, but this makes us confused. The Beimang royal court wants to destroy Buddha. Without temples, without incense, without Buddha statues, without Buddhist scriptures, in my opinion, it's fine. But if there are hundreds of thousands of monks and everyone loses their Buddhist heart, this won't do. The old monk carefully put the water bowl back into his bag. After standing up, he smiled and returned the water bag to Su Fengnian. Old monk thanks His Royal Highness for giving me 2 bowls of water. It's a good karma. If you're not in a hurry, Your Highness can head northwest for 40 miles. There's a canyon and you can stop there for a while. It might be another good karma. Su Fengnian took the water bag and smiled, Old abbot, I have a favor to ask. Can you take this horse with you? I'm going north alone and I don't need to ride it anymore. I don't dare to give it to anyone as I'm afraid it'll be a disaster. If I leave it alone, I won't be at ease. The old monk, who was worthy of being called the Buddha head saint of Buddhism, smiled kindly, of course, of course. It's no trouble to have a companion to talk to on the road. Su Fengnian put his palms together. I'll bid farewell to old abbot here. The old monk put his palms together and said with a lowered eyebrow, old monk's parting words, Your Highness can teach Bodhisattva to grow black hair. Su Fengnian was stunned. He watched the old monk holding the bamboo staff lead the horse away until his figure disappeared from his sight. Exhaling a long breath, Su Fengnian followed the old immortal's instructions and hung his short knife, springtime thunder, and rushed northwest. Now he had nothing to worry about. Sure enough, he saw a deep canyon that stretched without an end. Su Fengnian climbed to the top and walked slowly along the cliff of the canyon. He didn't know where the so-called good karma was. After walking slowly for half an hour, he finished cultivating his sword. His feet trembled. It was as if there was thunder between heaven and earth. Su Fengnian looked back and saw thousands and tens of thousands of wild bulls pouring in from the other end of the canyon. They were like a flood pouring into a grain pot. His heart skipped a beat and he rushed forward for half an hour. His scalp exploded. Damn it, there were hundreds of herdsmen leading sheep and all their belongings in the canyon. Aren't they going to be crushed into meat paste by the herd of wild bulls? This is not a sunny road, but a road to the underworld. You guys have lived in the grassland desert for generations. Don't you know how dangerous this situation is? Su Fengnian looked down from above. He could tell that some of the herdsmen already knew what an earthquake that came out of nowhere meant. They were in a complete mess, the elders' faces ashen, many women and children even more so crying incessantly. Su Fengnian looked over again, his expression gloomy and cold. Behind the herdsmen were several dozen northern Mang cavalry with weapons in hand. They had already urged their horses to turn around and leave. As it turned out, this was a plan of driving a sheep into a tiger's den, yet not shedding a drop of blood. If the old monk had not bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, the crown prince would have only watched coldly from the sidelines. After all, it was no different from committing suicide to stop tens of thousands of wild bulls alone. Su Fengnian gritted his teeth and floated down to the bottom of the canyon. Hundreds of herdsmen were dumbfounded. Some of the cold-hearted young herdsmen had already climbed up the cliff. However, the cliff was steep and they couldn't climb very high. Su Fengnian stepped out, drew a semicircle, and raised his hands. His feet sank 3 inches into the ground. He left the herdsman with an unfamiliar back. At the same time as the herd of wild bulls poured into the canyon, an old monk rode on a horse with one hand. His eyes were merciful. He put his palms together and said, This boy is very kind. Su Fengnian focused on condensing his qi. Shaking Kunlun with a single move. Chapter 465. Su Fengnian abruptly slapped his forehead and stopped using the grand momentum shaking Kunlun that he had stolen from Mount Hui's Great Snow Plateau. Then, he swept backward, not caring whether the herdsmen understood the Gusai Zhou language or not, telling them to retreat first. Su Fengnian took the lead and carried a nomadic child under his armpit. Then, he picked up another youth and bent his knees slightly. Like an arrow, he shot off the cliff. After bouncing several times, he landed on the mountaintop. After landing on the mountaintop, he leaped down to the bottom of the canyon. Su Fengnian did not take a break. After more than 10 jumps, he finally brought more than 20 children to the mountaintop first. The sound of the cow hooves was like the explosion of spring thunder. The canyon's cliffs were shaken and dust filled the air. Around the corner, a herd of strong bison had already arrived like a tide. Su Fengnian did not pay attention to the young herdsmen who were pretending to stop. After a rise and a fall, he discovered a delicate figure bending down to support a child who had fallen down. Su Fengnian ran to her side and saw the side of her face from the corner of his eye. He was slightly startled, but he did not care about anything else. He casually picked up the 2 children and rushed to the mountaintop. After putting them down, he jumped down to the bottom of the canyon again. There were still more than 80 herdsmen who were desperately trying to escape in the canyon. He saw the young girl, who could make His Royal Highness startled, pursed her lips and stood in place. Her face was filled with gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes were filled with the relief of life and death. Su Fengnian did not have the leisure to be unafraid of death like her. Facing the vast and mighty herd of bison, they descended to the bottom of the Kunlun Mountains together. The ground shook violently. The herdsmen were so scared that their legs went weak. The canyon's ground was originally uneven. The ground shook, making it harder to walk. A few elderly people staggered and fell to the ground. They struggled to get up and run again. Su Fengnian's momentum was majestic. It was like a sudden clap of thunder rising from the ground. Thunder against thunder. Qi flowed all over his body, leaking out like a flood. Su Fengnian exhaled again and suddenly opened his eyes. Both of his hands slid outwards in a gentle arc. The dust was unable to come within 1 zhang of his body. The girl behind him was dumbfounded. She only saw the young man with a saber in his long robe fluttering in the wind. When the frenzied bulls with red eyes were 10 steps away from him, it was as if they had hit an invisible iron wall. The front hooves of the first line of bulls that were running side by side with him were twisted and pressed backward. Then, countless wild bulls behind them piled on top of each other until the bodies of the first line of bulls exploded. Blood splashed everywhere. But even so, the dense black mass of bulls was blocked and could not move forward at all. One by one, the wild bulls in the back, weighing 2,000 to 3,000 jin, hit the wall one after another. Their corpses and bones piled up. In an instant, a scarlet wall was erected. The thick and blurred blood was shocking. The strong wild bulls had 2 thick, long, and sharp horns that curved into 2 shocking arcs. Their 4 legs were white below the knees, and their shoulders and backs were like lumps. Any one of them alone would make people tremble with fear. There were many scenes of lions and wolves being overturned by the horns of adult wild bulls on the grassland. Not to mention this flood of oxen that could topple mountains. In the narrow space of the canyon where there was no way to hide, it was like meeting enemies on a narrow road. There was no other way but to charge forward. The wild bulls were docile by nature. They just rushed into the canyon and ran wildly, gradually arousing their ferocious blood. Especially when they were blocked and stagnated by people, the saying of people going into a dead end really came true. Su Fengnian pressed down with his hands. More than 40 wild bull corpses suddenly fell down. His feet also slid back 2 steps on the ground. Without any obstruction, the herd of wild bulls stepped on the corpses and leaped over, continuing to run wildly. Su Fengnian's sleeves billowed. His left foot slid out a step. He spread out his arms and suddenly pushed forward. The wind and sand in front of him were blown up. Especially the 2 cliffs on both sides were pulled by the momentum. Many large flying stones were forcefully pulled out and shot toward the herd of bulls. Su Fengnian did not care about the blood that seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He knew that the flying stone was just a solution to the urgent situation and could not escape from a drop in the bucket. The previous block and the next block only reduced and compressed the gap between the bulls and their tails. It seemed to be effective now, but when the momentum contained in the torrent completely rebounded and exploded, it would be the real pain. If he reached the Finger Mystery Realm, he could break the cliffs and have a chance to block the canyon. He reckoned that the body of an ordinary Vajra realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the waves. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian, who was a step away from the Vajra realm, took a few steps back. He quickly took a breath midway and didn't even have time to spit out blood. His long robe moved without wind as he shook Kunlun again. If he could block 1 step, he would block 1 step. Again and again, the cycle of the big yellow court grew. Chapter 466. After going back and forth for more than a dozen times, he had already slid back 60 or 70 feet step by step. During this period of time, Su Fengnian was very anxious. His murderous intent was aroused, and he used the falling rocks to launch a wave of sword chi to roll the dragon wall, dismembering the bodies of more than a dozen wild bulls. The price was that he could no longer suppress his spitting blood. His heart was greatly shaken, and he no longer dared to let his emotions affect his decisions. He only felt extremely sullen, and his hostility skyrocketed. His eyes were crimson red, and the red date mark between his eyebrows slowly turned a light purple, and then a deep purple. He could no longer see and no longer hear. He could no longer weigh the pros and cons of life and death. Gradually, he reached a kind of indescribable state of bliss. There was a gap between life and death. The Confucians believed that there was no evil, that they had a clear conscience and were not afraid of life and death. Su Fengnian shook Kunlun and secretly learned from the Confucian scholar Xianyuan Jingcheng in Great Snow Plains. He had an awe-inspiring righteousness. At first, he risked his life to save the herdsmen. His heart was filled with an unknown good karma. But after a long time, he no longer had any worries. When he entered the world, he inadvertently gave birth to a desire for the world. He planted a golden lotus in the great yellow courtyard, waiting to bloom, and in a flash, he attained immortality. Su Fengnian opened the Ju Ke acupoints but did not realize it. His right hand was naturally behind his back. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his left palm facing up. He only remembered that when he first came to Mount Wudang, he heard that the hierarch Wang Zhonglo had once cut off the Kanglan River. Su Fengnian's left hand gently swiped and he blurted out, "Break the river." 10 feet in front of him, the ground cracked open and went straight to the cliff. A line of 6 or 7 buffaloes fell into the crack. After being filled by the buffaloes behind them who did not have time to jump, the buffaloes continued to run forward as if they were running on flat ground. Blood splattered everywhere. "You run, I break." Su Fengnian leisurely slid backward, breaking again and again. It was a tragic scene of the ebb and flow of the tide. Su Fengnian seemed to be free and unrestrained. He was indescribably leisurely and romantic. But he was already bleeding from his 7 orifices. No matter how mysterious and continuous the Great Yellow Court was, no matter how famous it was for its rich inner energy, it was not an inexhaustible bottomless abyss. Especially when it was very particular about turning back and forth. His Highness the Crown Prince forcefully raised his realm without any regard for his life and broke the river with one palm strike. He would eventually be exhausted. Su Fengnian swam like a fish among the green moss and green stones. He had no sword in his hand, but he had a clear idea of colliding with a flood of buffaloes. His intuition told him that he could comprehend the 6th page of the bladesmanship manual at the right time and place. Su Fengnian did not know how many times Su Fengnian had circulated his qi. Li Chungang once said that at the peak of the sword will, one could reach the 8 extremities and the pinnacle of swordsmanship. His qi could reach 800 miles in an instant. Su Fengnian did not dare to compare, but he was afraid that the boiling qi in his body could reach at least 100 miles in an instant. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. Without turning his head, he grabbed her soft shoulder and threw her back. He closed the scabbard and cultivated his blade. Originally, he had to pull his body like a full moon and only stop when he pulled it to the extreme. This kind of narrow path of martial arts was the most dangerous thing to do. If it happened, it would not be a simple drop of 1 or 2 realms. It would most likely destroy the foundation that he had painstakingly built for enlightening the acupores. The great yellow courtyard's lotus was not the wild grass on the plains. It would wither and bloom with each passing year. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to bloom again after it withered. He did not know how far those herdsmen had run and whether they had left the canyon. Su Fengnian gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, "Damn it. I'll hold on a little longer. If I can't, I'll have to retreat. If I continue to hold on, I'll really die here. I'm afraid of death, but I'm not willing to give up." Su Fengnian allowed the bison to rush over. They were already very close. He still completed a big circulation and could clearly see the ferocious and terrifying eyes of the bison in the front row. The bison lowered their heads at the same time, wanting to stab this guy to death with their horns. Su Fengnian's clothes shrank and bulged again. The bulging was much stronger than before. He held a circle in front of his chest with both hands. Starting with a small circle, the circle gave birth to a circle, and the big circle had a magnificent atmosphere of encompassing heaven and earth. The dust in the canyon flew up like a round mirror. Su Fengnian moved back almost inch by inch. The herd of bison also moved forward inch by inch unbelievably. Su Fengnian had told himself that he would only hold on for a little longer. Unknowingly, he had held on for a long time. At the top of the mountain, an old monk in a plain kasaya stood with his feet off the ground. He held a bamboo Buddhist staff and walked like an immortal. Seeing this scene, he was slightly moved. He sighed softly and said, "When you forget yourself, you don't care about life and death. You're full of courage. When you wake up, you know that you shouldn't do something, but you still don't forget to do it. You know the nature of the root bone. A little selfishness is not enough to cover a good heart." The old monk rushed to the bottom of the canyon and swooped down like an eagle. He grabbed Su Fengnian with one hand and stepped on the void with the tip of his feet. He floated in the air and floated toward the young herdsman. He said softly, "Your Highness, please save people and allow me to stop the herd of bison." When Su Fengnian subconsciously hugged the young girl's waist, the old monk said softly, "Up." A man and a woman floated to the top of the mountain. The old monk's feet finally landed on the ground. He turned around and stabbed the Buddhist staff into the ground. If he wasn't wearing a kasaya, he would give people the impression that he was an old monk who looked like an old man in the countryside. His eyes were glaring as he faced the tide of buffaloes and let out a muffled low roar. His voice was like a thunderclap that spread miles away. Beimang's new Wushu review held this Buddhist saint in high esteem. It said, "The holy monk of the dragon tree of the two Zen temples is fearless. He has the Buddha's voice and the lion's roar." The herd of bison suddenly stopped rushing forward. There was silence. Blood flowed like a river in the canyon. The old monk lowered his head in shame and put his palms together. Su Fengnian was exhausted. He stumbled and sat on the ground. The young girl sat cross-legged behind him. Her eyes were full of tears. She gently supported His Royal Highness who was falling backward. Su Fengnian was not in the mood to care about whether the old monk had set a trap or not. He was not in the mood to care about the girl behind him. He just looked down at his blood-stained clothes and smiled bitterly. It's not good to keep vomiting blood like this. Then, he fainted. The old monk pulled out his bamboo staff and came to the top of the mountain. He took Su Fengnian's pulse and felt relieved. Then, he took out a white bowl from the bag on his back. He slid his finger across his wrist to fill the bowl and handed it to the young girl. The old monk's blood was not the scarlet color of an ordinary person. It was the golden color recorded in the obscure Buddhist scriptures. He was a Buddha who had reached the Vajra realm. The young girl's thoughts were connected. She hugged Su Fengnian and fed him the bowl of golden blood that was worth more than a few coins. After the old monk got up, he floated to the bottom of the valley again. He recited the Vajra Sutra all the way. After leaving the canyon, he flew to the top of the mountain. He pulled down his inferior horse and led it forward. He said softly, "Congratulations to your highness for reaching the great Vajra realm." Chapter 467. Su Fengnian woke up in a daze, but he did not open his eyes immediately. He first checked the flow of qi inside his body, which was both good and bad. The newly opened juk acupoint was a blessing, but the unfortunate thing was that he did not know why the qi inside his body was burning fiercely like firewood. Although it did not turn into ashes, there was an uncontrollable sense of crisis. This made His Royal Highness, who was used to controlling everything around him, feel uneasy and puzzled. He continued to check the breathing frequency around him before slowly opening his eyes. The first thing that came into his sight was a beautiful face. She was already stunning when he first saw her in the canyon. Her beauty could only be described as otherworldly. A pair of rare dark green eyes, like the green mountains and clear waters, should be worth 95 cents. Perhaps she was only slightly inferior to White Fox's face, Chen Yu and Jiang and I. If she grew up and developed her charm, they might be on par with each other. Beimang was rough with wind and sand. Few women were fresh and beautiful, and their bodies were usually rougher and bigger than southern women. Could it be that Chao Guanzi monopolized the principle of 8 flowers of elegance and swallowed the elegance of Beimang women? Su Fengnian suspected that he had been conferred the Golden Chamber of Commerce and turned himself into a monk who only ate vegetables and did not eat meat. Unexpectedly, he did not want to look at this peerless beauty at all. He slowly stood up and took the initiative to separate himself from the soft and warm body. After nurturing the sword, it was as if his body was fitted with a precise hourglass. Even when he was meditating and breathing, he would automatically wake up every 2 hours and jump to the bottom of the valley. He silently controlled the sword and dripped a drop of blood on the sword, causing the flying sword to unexpectedly fall straight down. 3 days of effort had been wasted. Su Fengnian held back from cursing loudly. He frowned as he stared at the blood mark on his palm. The bright red blood was permeated with an inexplicable faint golden color. Even when he was at the consummate level of the Great Yellow Hall, he had never heard of such a strange sight. He no longer dared to nurture the sword carelessly. He withdrew the sword and his slender ame, which was as fine as a woman's black hair, swept back to the mountaintop. Most of the rescued herdsmen were young. They surrounded the young girl and looked at Su Fengnian with eyes full of reverence and worship. Su Fengnian ignored them. Looking at the bottom of the white bowl that was sparkling under the sunlight, he squatted down and stretched out his finger to touch it. He sniffed and guessed 70 to 80% of it. The reason why the Buddha was called the Golden Body Buddha was largely due to the so-called invincible body of the Vajra. It was rumored that the Vajra could make all the evils in the underworld retreat and all the ghosts in Fengdu crawl. It was only through Li Chuangong's explanation that Su Fengnian knew that the Vajra realm in the world could be considered as a fake realm. Only Li Dongxin of the 2 Zen temples and his younger brother Su Longxiang were the real Vajra. Back when Li Dongxin returned from his 10,000 li journey to the west, someone spread the shocking secret that a flesh-eating monk in white could obtain the golden body of immortality with a piece of meat. Evil figures swarmed over, but none of them succeeded. In the end, when Li Dongxin approached Chang'an, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he cut off a piece of meat and gave it to someone who was about to die of hunger and cold. A few years later, the old man died peacefully of old age, but he did not achieve immortality. Only then did his doubts dissipate. Su Fengnian sat cross-legged and stared blankly at the white bowl. The young girl and more than 20 children beside him did not dare to disturb him, so they accompanied him and stared blankly. Su Fengnian stood up and carried the 2 children down to the bottom of the valley. The herd of wild cows was intimidated by the Buddhist lion roar. They froze like a torrent and stopped moving. Finally, they all turned around and rushed out. Only then did the herdsmen feel at ease to pick the wild cow carcasses to store meat in autumn and winter. Su Fengnian sent the herdsmen down one after another. During this time, a few cheerful children felt as if they were riding on clouds and mist and laughed happily. In the end, only the slender and elegant young girl was left. North of Dragon Waste Prefecture was a very cold place. In autumn and winter, the rich people used the fur of marten, fox, rat, and raccoon as their fur coats. The poor people used the fur of cows, horses, pigs, and sheep as their clothes. In spring and summer, they used cloth and silk as their clothes. There was a difference in thickness between the rich and the poor. For example, the young girl in front of him had a narrow left sleeve and wore black leather boots. She could only be considered simple and neat. She could not compare to the silk and embroidered clothes of the maids and concubines of the noble families. However, she was a natural beauty. There was an exquisite Chang flute tied around her waist. There was no one at the top of the mountain. Su Fengnian finally had the mood to look at her carefully. He was not in a hurry to send her into the valley. She blushed from being stared at. She lowered her eyebrows and 2 fingers quietly twisted the corner of her clothes. Su Fengnian smiled. He walked closer and pinched her chin. He tilted it up and forced her to look at him. Su Fengnian had seen with his own eyes the Mang cavalry hunting and chasing. He did not intend to get involved in this muddy pond. Beautiful women were a source of trouble. Su Fengnian did not have the ability to fool around in Beimang. The sword of emotion hurt people. Wasn't someone as open-minded as Li Chungang also suffering in the same way? Su Fengnian's selfishness in stopping the herd of oxen this time was obvious. He only wanted to leave a good impression on the Dragon Tree Monk, one of the 2 great saints of the world. If he expected His Royal Highness to help the Buddha to the west and save this group of herdsmen from the abyss of suffering, he really did not have this kind of compassion. Moreover, if they were involved with him, who could have a good ending? Su Fengnian picked her up and jumped down. He landed lightly on the ground. After letting her go, he did not say anything. He ignored the grateful herdsmen who were kneeling down and praying. His chi was continuous like the Kunlun dragon's vein. In a flash, he chased after the herd of oxen. After turning the corner, he slowed down and planned to turn back. He thought of a way to practice the swimming fish style on the 6th page of the knife manual. The Beimang cavalry had not seen the herd of oxen for a long time. Sensing that the situation was out of their expectations, they brandished their swords and rushed into the valley. Su Fengnian's hearing was amazing. He frowned slightly and stuck to the dark cliff like a gecko. He originally wanted to chase after the herd of oxen on the top of the mountain. He caught a glimpse of the last rider turning around the corner of the valley. Then he heard a sneer that all men understood. Su Fengnian walked along the ridge of the cliff and saw more than 30 riders circling around the girl at the bottom of the valley. Those who were skilled in horsemanship leaned their bodies and reached out to touch the girl's clothes. Su Fengnian cursed as he fell back into the valley. The arrogant cavalry did not notice that someone had appeared out of nowhere behind him. Su Fengnian was also too lazy to talk nonsense. He floated forward, one hand grabbing onto the tail of a warhorse. The warhorse that was galloping in circles felt a wave of pain and raised both of its hooves, neighing in pain. The fierce cavalry turned around in surprise, brimming with killing intent. A saber slashed towards this reckless fellow. Su Fengnian gripped his saber and dragged the cavalry off his horse. He kicked this sturdy warrior away, and his body smashed into the cliff, instantly turning into a pile of meat paste. Su Fengnian was shocked. When did he reach such a state? The rest of the cavalry were startled. A brave man urged his horse forward. Su Fengnian did not move at all. When the horse crashed into him, he pressed one hand on the horse's head. The horse's head exploded into the ground and died on the spot. The back half of the horse's body flipped over. Su Fengnian slapped it away with one hand. Together with the dead horse, both the man and the horse were thrown into the cliff. The only difference between their deaths and the former's was that the pile of meat paste was bigger. The more than 30 cavalrymen no longer cared about teasing the tender meat that was about to enter their mouths. They fled for their lives. Anyone could see that using numbers to crush the enemy was not going to work. Where there's life, there's hope. This principle was simple and plain no matter where it was. Since Su Fengnian had started a killing spree, he would not allow the fish that slipped through the net to pass on the information. He leaped up and strolled leisurely around the warhorse. He pushed out his palm, as if he was swatting a fly on the wall. Large scarlet blossoms appeared on the cliff wall of the canyon. Su Fengnian indeed could not do what Chen Zhibao did, using a horse to drag Yi Baikui's wife and daughter to death in front of the western wall. But when it came to killing some barbarians in Beimang, he still had no scruples. If not for this, Su Fengnian admitted that he deserved to die in Beimang. Even if he had the hereditary title in his hands, what qualifications did he have to fight with Chen Zhibao over Beiliang's military power? Snatching soldiers, snatching food, snatching people's prestige, and snatching the hearts of the army, all of these things had to be done with hands stained with blood, not with talking about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Spring and autumn were not righteous wars. How many massacres were there? How many cities were massacred? How many people ate the food cooked by their fathers and mothers? Scholars, aristocrats, powerful officials, and military men, one after another, entered the scene. Even if they died, most of them could be considered to have left a mark or two in the history books. But too many people in the chaotic world who only wanted to be well-fed and well-clothed dogs died. Even their descendants, who were supposed to burn incense during the Qingming festival, died along with them. How could he command Beiliang's 300,000 cavalrymen with the benevolence of a woman? Once the empire's north gate was opened wide and Beimang drove straight down, the first to suffer would be Beiliang's millions of households. Those loyal officials of the Liang dynasty who had always been a burden to Beiliang were probably very happy to see this happen, even though they were grieving on the surface. Su Fengnian's face was gloomy. After taking care of more than 30 Beimang cavalrymen, he slowly walked toward the girl. She was the only girl among the herdsmen who saw him block the herd of bulls with her own eyes. At that time, she believed that he was the greatest hero in the world, like an immortal descending to earth. But when she saw him killing people, not just bulls, especially when she saw him slowly walking toward her, she subconsciously looked away and took 2 steps back. Su Fengnian sneered and rushed to the top of the mountain. He had done his duty and no longer cared about the herdsmen's lives. He chased after the powerful herd of bulls. The girl suddenly realized what she had done. She was so regretful that she wanted to die. She fell to the ground in a daze, her eyes empty. Su Fengnian came to the top of the mountain at the end of the valley and stopped to look into the distance. Saving one person, killing 10,000 people, killing one person, saving 10,000 people. Which was more important? Even though Su Fengnian believed in Buddhism, he didn't understand and didn't want to know. He remembered that when he was young, his second sister Su Weisheng was confused about whether the white horse was a horse or not. The rough Su Xiao joked that if father sat there and said it was a horse, then it was a horse. Who dared to say it wasn't? It was this unreasonable Madame Wu who said to His Royal Highness that night that there was no one in the world who deserved to die, especially no commoners who deserved to die. As long as I, Su Xiao, am alive, Liang Mang will not lose a single commoner. Su Fengnian jumped down the cliff and ran wildly, following the hoofprints to catch up with the herd of bulls. First, he swam into the lake like a fish, shuttling back and forth freely. Then, he jumped onto the backs of bulls. He walked on the tide. Finally, he stood on the back of a bull, standing at the head of the tide. Chapter 468. Su Fengnian relied on his new Vajra body to squeeze into the herd, but he still suffered a lot. If he was not careful, he would be hit by the strong bison and kicked around like a ball. With Su Fengnian's stubborn character and his reluctance to jump out of the tide, he was washed to the ground several times and was trampled by dozens of bison in an instant. These white-stocked bison easily weighed 2,000 to 3,000 pounds and could not bear it. Only then did he flip over the bison's hooves and jump onto the back of the bison. Fortunately, he had the protection of the mirage evolved from the big yellow court, or else he would have been in rags. He either lay down or sat on the back of the bison, rested or nurtured his sword, and then looked for his own suffering. He jumped into the narrow gaps of the herd and continued to slide like a fish. At first, he collided with the bison several times and was battered and exhausted. He was so angry that he could not wait to use the sword Chi rolling dragon wall to smash hundreds of bison. However, he suppressed the irritation in his heart and combined with the big yellow court heart sutra, he finally figured out a way to move with the flow. When the herd stopped to rest, he would stay away from the bison, sit alone and concentrate on flying on his sword. Once there was a wolf pack that targeted the calf. Su Fengnian did not kill it. Instead, he stomped on the ground and frightened the wild wolves away. After a few days of ups and downs, Su Fengnian was full of the smell of bull, as if he had become a member of the herd and was accepted by many bison. When Su Fengnian passed through the entire herd from the end of the herd and finally took the lead to run, the herd actually followed him for more than 10 miles. Seeing a large patch of water grass, Su Fengnian lay down on the grass by the lake, panting and feeling satisfied. After obtaining the essence of the swimming fish style on the 6th page of the bladesmanship manual, he realized how short-sighted he was at first. If he merged it with the rolling knife technique, he would be like a fish in water, complementing each other. He turned to look at the spring thunder hanging on his waist and said self-mockingly, "Spring thunder and Xiao Dong are a pair of sisters. After we separated, you were unlucky to follow an idiot like me. Xiao Dong stayed by White Fox's side, so I can't embarrass you too much." Su Fengnian took off his black gown and white coat and put them into the lake to wash, revealing the soft silk precious armor that Jianghu people dreamed of. The soft armor was once pierced by Miss Hehe's hand knife at the chest position. After returning to Beiliang, the pivotal pavilion's craftsman hurriedly repaired it. This secret organization must be busy now with the red armor that had lost its talisman generals. The Beiliang army's combat power was amazing, and the pivotal pavilion, led by the giant of the school of Mo, had made great contributions. The soft armor was woven with 12 sword pouches, which stored the flying sword separately. Before entering Beimang, Su Fengnian had reached his limit by riding the flying swords 4 or 5 times. After the battle with the devil Xie Ling, he stayed in the city to watch the fierce woman lotus slowly bloom. He occasionally had an epiphany and opened another acupoint. In the canyon, he fought with the wild bulls and broke through the juk, opening 3 new acupoints. Su Fengnian spread out his clothes and sat cross-legged on the grass. He rode the 9 flying swords in a dazzling manner. This was the reason why it was said that good techniques were beneficial to martial arts. Each flying sword had its own emphasis on the circulation of qi, thickness, and meridians. It required the sword owner to divide his mind into 9 parts. Of course, it was not to say that Su Fengnian was only 3 sword realms away from the previous sword owner, Dong Tai. Although there was only 1 word difference between riding a sword and controlling a sword, it was still an insurmountable heavenly gate. The 9 flying swords in the air were respectively the green plum blossom with a smooth sword arc, the bamboo horse with a segmented bamboo body, the morning dew with a dazzling radiance every time the sun shone on it, the peach blossom sword with a pink body, the amace sword with a slender black hair without a handle, the smallest but at the same time incomparably sharp swan eye, the vermilion bird with a scarlet radiance lingering around it, and the last one was the huang tong with a wide and thick body. Each of the 9 flying swords had its own merits. His childhood sweetheart Chao Lu Chunshui was like the girl next door, nurturing the sword smoothly. Peach Blossom Ame, Vermilion Bird Huang Tong was like a lady from a respectable family, progressing a little slower. The other 3 were like the beauties that could topple a city, unmoved by force or persuasion. Su Fengnian also served them diligently every day, but the formation of the embryo was extremely slow. However, that day when the golden blood of the Buddha was mixed in, Ame fell, and the rest of the swords were more or less the same. Only the first sword of golden thread almost instantly formed a sword embryo, which was a great surprise. Regarding the previous swords that were wasted for 3 days, Su Fengnian did not feel so distressed anymore. After nurturing the golden thread, the golden luster in the blood had completely faded away, which made Su Fengnian feel relieved. He could not abandon the other 11 swords just to nurture the first sword of golden thread. This was a huge loss, and there was no way he could be so wasteful. Su Fengnian controlled the flying swords to cut the water weeds. He wondered what Dong Tai would think if he saw this scene. After he was exhausted, Su Fengnian put the 9 swords back into the sword pouch. He grinned and leaned back, his hands folded behind his head, and closed his eyes, half asleep. Yao Jian had been influenced by the geomancy master Yao Jian. Other than knowing some superficial kung fu of tasting earth and water, he also knew a thing or two about dragon veins. Yao Jian once said that the dragons of the world came out of Kunlun. Of the 3 great dry dragons, one landed in Taiyan, one came out of Donghai, and one entered Beimang. There was a saying in Qingshui geography that the mountains were old and lifeless, while the young mountains had luck. Therefore, one searched the mountains but not the old, one searched the young mountains. The closer one was to Kunlun, as time passed, the more difficult it would be for a dynasty to be born in the West. Not to mention the imperial court, just in terms of feng shui, when Su Shao had stationed troops in Beiliang to confront Beimang, he sent the 2 great vassal kings of the imperial family, Yan, Qi, and Guangling, to the southeast to be in charge of suppressing the qi of the dragon. The Son of Heaven, Zhao family, was not without the hidden selfishness of having outsiders guard the door and courtyard while their own family members looked after the treasures. Among them, because the Guangling prince and the current emperor shared the same father and mother, they were able to be stationed in the Donghai region. It could be said that they had put a lot of thought into this. However, when talking about the fate of a dynasty and one's own destiny, there were always too many contradictions. Li Shan was very resistant to this, and at the same time, Yao Jian was also implicated a few times. Su Fengnian suddenly stood up and put on his clothes. Then, he saw a middle-aged Taoist who did not look like a Taoist priest from the Central Plains. When he saw him, he only glanced at the spring thunder and lost interest. This Taoist priest had slanted eyebrows and a pair of almond-shaped eyes. He wore a short brown robe with a colorful silk belt tied around his waist. On his back, he carried an ancient bronze sword with pine patterns. His appearance was elegant, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. He asked in a southern Beimang accent, "Have you seen an old monk with a bamboo staff?" Su Fengnian calmly shook his head and said, "Master Taoist, I have not seen him." Chapter 469. The Taoist narrowed his eyes and continued to ask, "You seem to have mastered the superior Taoist breathing technique. May I ask which Taoist Jinren taught you?" Su Fengnian, who had already concealed his qi, pretended to be angry and said, "No comment." The middle-aged Taoist smiled, but his smile was cold. "Oh. Then you must be a spy from Beiliang." In northern Mang, Taoism was the state religion. Daoist Master Qilin of the Tao Dao sect was a state teacher whose status was so high that it could reach the 9 heavens. The great Daoist master had 6 outstanding disciples, and he was also regarded by northern Mang as an immortal who had attained the Tao and could move the clouds and summon the rain. Before the empress ascended the throne in Beimang, Taoism was not prominent and Buddhism was prosperous. Since Taoist Qilin was given the title of national teacher, he was called the Emperor's Yellow Paper Imperial Edict. 316 people bowed to him together. Because of this, Buddhism gradually became silent. Taoist temples of all sizes in Beimang's imperial city sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Hundreds of Taoists from Tao Te sect rose to the heavens. Most of them had a meteoric rise and were treated as distinguished guests by high-ranking officials and nobles. Su Fengnian was surprised, "Are you an immortal from Tao Te sect? I often heard about the miracles of Tao Te sect's Taoist Qilin in Gusai state. Are they all fake?" The Taoist with a sword on his back sneered, "Buddhism emphasizes the equality of all living things. When have they ever treated everyone equally? I know that I have no hope of attaining Tao. What I do in the dynasty is to kill evil with one sword." Su Fengnian seemed to be forced by the situation and had no choice but to lower his head. He said helplessly, "I did see an old monk heading north. He even asked me for half a bag of water to drink. The old monk said that he came from 2 Zen temples and was going to Qilin Temple to discuss Buddhism with the national teacher." The almond-eyed Taoist heard every word and snorted coldly before drifting away. Su Fengnian waited until the figure of the Daoist disappeared and confirmed that there was no doubt that he did not turn back to hide. Only then did he let the qi in his body rise spontaneously, contracting and expanding. The surface of the small lake beside him suddenly broke and ripples suddenly appeared. Su Fengnian had been like a fish swimming in a herd of cows for the past few days. He knew that he had reached the initial stage of Vajra realm and was not surprised. Below the second level, one's realm was judged by the amount of armor breaking. It was already a great fortune for martial artists in the world to reach the second level. It was enough to be called an outstanding martial artist. They were scattered all over the world and were regarded as unattainable masters by ordinary people. However, only after entering the first level, did they know that the past was only a small part of the picture. After the picture of 1,000 miles was spread out, it was a truly beautiful scene. Just like how Su Fengnian was riding a flying sword now, he wasn't only able to see where the flying sword ended up, he was also able to vaguely see the trajectory of the flying sword. Su Fengnian guessed that once he reached the profound finger realm, he would be able to predict the trajectory of the flying sword in the next moment. As for the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth of the first-grade celestial phenomenon realm, Su Fengnian had no way to predict the profoundness of it. Su Fengnian looked at the lake that was gradually calming down and muttered to himself, food should be eaten one bite at a time. A woman's clothes should be taken off one piece at a time. What Wen Hua said is always very reasonable. Since he had comprehended the swimming fish style, Su Fengnian did not disturb the herd of cows. He rested for a day and a night by the lake. While the iron was hot, he struck the iron while it was hot to control the golden thread alone. The great Tao was ethereal and difficult to find. Even the sages had to say that it was impossible to float on the sea on a boat. Swordsmanship was the same. The Wu family's sword tomb was unconventional and sought the Tao with skills. They did not pursue the abstruse artistic conception of breathing qi into swords. Instead, they diligently climbed to the peak of swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Raising swords was one of the unique side doors. Su Fengnian had profited from a disaster outside the martial emperor city and obtained the 12 flying swords. He raised 12 swords at the same time like a madman and never got tired of it. It could not be regarded as a reckless waste of God's gifts and worthy of the new sword god uncle's kindness of giving him the swords. As for when he could ride the sword and take the head, Su Fengnian had nothing to do and was secretly happy for a while. He did not dare to have extravagant hopes of accomplishing it in one go. The old abbot, the holy monk Long Shu, praised him for his extraordinary talent. Su Fengnian did not belittle himself nor did he dare to be arrogant. He just laughed it off because there was no reason for His Royal Highness to be arrogant and conceited in front of Li Chungang and Bai Hu's beautiful faces. Su Fengnian walked slowly along the lake. The qi in his body was complicated at first, circulating according to the sword qi rolling on the dragon wall. When he first entered Vajra, he returned to simplicity and began to circulate the qi in his body like a swimming fish. He did not know how long he had walked, but suddenly he heard the melodious sound of a chang flute. Looking up, he saw a group of herdsmen building black and white tents and large and small yurts in the distance. Every time the snow and ice melted, the herdsmen of the grassland would drive their carts and ox carts to find new pastures for their livestock. It was currently April and August, and the weather was warm and the water was lush. It was the golden season for herding. However, the life of a herdsman without a fixed residence was not as free as one might imagine. When the tribes of the grassland of Beimang migrated, they had to follow the rules set by the Shirdi and set up camp in the grassland. Although the grassland was large, the grazing land was almost completely encircled by the Shirdi. These Shirdi were the noblest and most powerful, occupying vast areas. Only a few herdsmen who had saved the lives of the descendants of the Beimang kings had the right to freely set up camp. Generally speaking, even if the grass was dry, the Shirdi would not allow the herdsmen of the neighboring tribes to enter their territory to seek refuge and protect their livestock. Therefore, the grassland was perennially embroiled in internal strife. Even though the grassland was also part of the royal family, there would still be a lot of bloodshed. It was only after the Empress of Beimang ascended the throne and worked hard to suppress the Shirdi of Yelu and Murong that the situation improved slightly. Su Fengnian followed the melodious sound of the Chang flute and saw a graceful figure playing the flute in front of the lake. She puffed up her cheeks and took a breath before playing the flute solo. It was melancholy. Su Fengnian was proficient in music, but he did not know much about the Chang flute. There were a few high-quality Chang flutes made from Shishu Min bamboo in the manor. In Wutong Garden, only the head maidservant, Sweet Potato, was proficient in this. Su Fengnian stopped and listened for a long time. He felt a little melancholy. These past few nights when it was quiet, he did miss the scene of him sleeping peacefully on Sweet Potato's thigh. The elasticity of those beautiful legs, tsk. Su Fengnian hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and silently recited the mantra to clear his mind. He did not know that it would have been better if he had not recited it. If he deliberately wanted to have a pure and innocent state of mind, the qi in his body would overturn rivers and seas. Once he stepped into Vajra, the title of Golden Chamber of the Great Yellow Court would be dispensable. For a moment, His Royal Highness felt like a lecher returning to his old ways. Su Fengnian felt a headache coming on. There were two paths in front of him. He could either be a beast that dragged a woman into the fields, or he could be a fool who scrupulously followed etiquette and was worse than a beast. His Royal Highness and his crotch were both very melancholy. The next chapter is before 12 o'clock. If there is a third chapter, it will be very late in the morning. Chapter 470. With the release of Beimang's new martial arts evaluation, it was well received by the two dynasties. Immediately, there were many works that followed the trend. The top 10 literary heroes in the world, the top 10 swordsman heroines, were too many to count. This was not considered too strange. There were also many restaurants that put up one of the top 10 famous dishes in the world, and many cloth shops that put up one of the top 10 silk fabrics. People didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Beimang had an evaluation of the top 10 famous courtesans of the current dynasty. Compared to the elegant and reserved women in the south, they were much more explicit and erotic. The most famous courtesan of Feng Feng Lu in Flying Fox City was famous for her small mouth. It was said that her nimble little tongue could make cherries knot. Her ultimate skill was the beauty playing the jade flute. In addition, there were also some evaluations of the Yinyang pot, which made the scholars of the Central Plains feel even more ashamed. As for what they were thinking and whether they coveted the various wonderful uses described in the text, it was unknown. At this time, the beauty's thin lips were sucking on the flute. Su Fengnian could not help but let his imagination run wild. Previously, he was full of hostility and had a bit of a grudge against this young herdsman girl. Now that he had calmed down, she was relatively pleasing to the eye. Beautiful women were really a gift from heaven. Not only could they be a feast for the eyes, but they were also pleasing to the eye. However, Su Fengnian was picky and harsh. He knew that this kind of poor girl, even if her face and figure were worth 95 won, would not be able to withstand deductions. For example, if her hands were rough due to years of hard work, 1 won would be deducted. If she was herding sheep and riding horses, her buttocks were destined to be soft, 1 won would be deducted. If she was not literate and had shallow knowledge, 2 or 3 won would be deducted. Su Fengnian's disdain for those heroines in the past was not without basis. Although their sleeves were fluttering in the wind, they were like fairies descending to the world. Unless they had reached the realm of perfection and were able to grow flesh and bones, their hands would be calloused. If they were to wield weapons, who could guarantee that they would not have scars while practicing martial arts? Later, Li Chungang, who was at the time of the martial arts competition, commented that the girl's feet were really big. It was said that the girl was so angry that she cried. After she lost to Li Chungang in a sword competition, she was unwilling to set foot in the Central Plains again. It was conceivable that it was not easy to become a famous heroine, especially one who was gifted and had a full chest. If they fought with others, they would tremble and the onlookers would feast their eyes. Of course, they would think that it was beautiful, but the heroine herself would probably be secretly distressed. When the young herdsman saw the man who had brushed past her in the canyon for the first time, she was first surprised, then afraid, and finally guilty and happy. Her 5 fingers clenched the exquisite flute and she did not dare to make a sound. At first, she was afraid that this young hero, who had done a great favor for the whole tribe, would leave without saying goodbye. Seeing him standing not far away with a smile, she was slightly relieved. It was just that her palms were sweating and covered with her beloved flute. She bit her lips and did not dare to make a sound to disturb her benefactor's contemplation. She was not a tribesman and was thrown outside the yurt when she was an infant. She was only left with a token, the Chang flute, which was engraved with the 4 words, Yelu Murong. The girl grew up and became more and more beautiful. However, on the grassland, a woman's beauty could not escape. She was just a commodity in Shirti's bag and could be sold or offered as tribute. Her benefactor, Shirti, was only a small aristocrat on the grassland. He had enough to preserve his territory but not enough to expand. When he learned that a beautiful woman who was said to be unparalleled in the world had appeared in his tribe, he hurriedly prepared to gift her to a big Shirti in exchange for a new pastoral land. The small and weak tribe could not bear the humiliation and migrated. Little Shirti, who controlled the life and death of the tribe, was furious and sent cavalry to chase them. This group of herdsmen had to cross the territory and camp. Little Shirti had no choice but to pay the neighboring tribe gold and silver as a toll fee, but he did not dare to tell the truth. He did not expect that a powerful old Shirti would learn the inside story. The old Shirti, who was half 100 years old, coveted the girl and simply killed more than 10 cavalrymen to chase after this fat meat. The last Shirti was a descendant of the Yelu branch. He was famous for his cruelty in commanding troops and governing people. He did not lust for beauty at all. He directly ordered the killing of this group of illegal herdsmen. Only then did he have the cold-blooded skill of driving sheep into the tiger's mouth. Coincidentally, the Buddhist saint and the prince of Bailiang who went to the north to meet inadvertently stirred up the situation. The muddy water became even more muddy, which allowed the herdsmen to linger at death's door and set up camp in this fertile land. A few days ago in the valley, the girl took the initiative to find the tribal leader and said that if the local grassland heroes made things difficult for her again, she was willing to go to the Shirti's camp. The tribal leader was old and had been running all the way. Although he felt sorry for the girl who was like his own granddaughter, he did not refuse. After all, the old man had 100 lives on his shoulders. If he persisted, not only would he be hunted down as a plaything by the big and small Shirti, the young herdsmen in the tribe would almost rebel. The herdsmen were poor and could not do the pretentious good deed of leaving food for the rats. She had the kind temperament of sweeping the ground for fear of hurting ants as usual. Although she was lonely and had no one to rely on, she could make the tribe protect her at all costs. Half of it was because of her beauty, and the other half was because they pitied her hard life. It was not a good thing for a woman to be beautiful on the grassland. Su Fengnian was not afraid to judge others with the most malicious intentions. Even if you were the abbot of the 2 Zen temples, Su Fengnian had been repeatedly weighing and guessing these days. Where was this good karma? Especially in the valley, the lion's roar of Buddhism came late and hundreds of bison died in his hands. Wasn't it indirectly killed by the old monk who claimed to have made a big mistake? Wasn't it just like the apricot-eyed Beimang Taoist who said that monks could not achieve equality for all living things? How should this account be settled? To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than haggling over every ounce with the heavens. Everything had its gains and losses. The old monk was already in the realm of Buddha, yet Su Fengnian was using a stupid method to think about the bigger picture. One day, he would inherit the title of Prince of Northern Liang. Did this have anything to do with Northern Mang's destruction of Buddhism and the end of the world? The 2 Zen temples' original intention was to let the little monks of the north and south go to Jinding to debate with Taoism. However, it was dispelled because of the little girl's dream. According to the information gathered by the spies of Bailiang, in that dream, countless armored horses came to Bailiang. Su Fengnian was not only curious about the little monk who erected a monument and became a Buddha, he was more concerned about where the armored horses came from. The aftertaste of this dream was too long. Even Li Shan, who never believed in ghosts and gods, racked his brains and buried himself in the ancient books of Buddhism and Taoism. In the end, he used the Book of Changes to interpret the dream, but the result was still very little. Chapter 471. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. After the white-clothed monk won the debate at Mount Longhu, he and Zhao Danping were summoned to Tai and city by decree. Then the old abbot personally went down the mountain to Beimang to discuss Buddhism with the Qilanzhenren of the Tao Te Dao sect. Su Fengnian's mind wandered thousands of miles after the initial heat. When he came back to his senses, his mind was as calm as still water. This made His Royal Highness worry about whether or not there was a big problem between his legs. He sighed inwardly and approached the girl who was at least 85. He took the Chang flute from her hand. Seeing the 4 characters of Beimang, he frowned and asked, "Do you understand the language of the southern dynasties?" The girl's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "I understand, but I can't speak it well." The language of Beimang was originally complicated and varied. After the empress took over the dynasty, it gradually changed. However, the northern and southern dynasties were still distinct. Every time the empress went on a hunting tour, she would discuss matters with her close officials. Occasionally, they would talk about things. Of course, the powerful officials of the northern royal court would mock and ridicule the officials of the southern dynasties. The people of the northern dynasties who were born in the imperial tent were inevitably filled with a sense of superiority. After the end of the Spring and Autumn War, the Central Plains was stabilized. The empress took over Beimang as a young monarch and usurped the throne. Then, she took the opportunity to settle the remnants of the Spring and Autumn War. This caused Beimang to be in turmoil. The Liang dynasty and the Liang dynasty fought 6 times. The Liang dynasty won 2 times in name, but the true meaning of victory was only 1 time. It was when the empress took the opportunity to unify the Spring and Autumn War and took the opportunity to take the initiative to attack Beimang's unstable foundation. They won on 3 fronts and fought all the way to the capital of the southern dynasties. Unfortunately, they couldn't finish the war in one battle and continued their northern expedition, leaving Beimang with a chance to breathe. People only said that Su Shao, the king of Beiliang, was greedy for power and didn't want to destroy Beimang. As a result, he had no soldiers to lead, so he withdrew his troops. In reality, both sides were preparing to sign an alliance. Only Su Shao didn't hesitate to use his head as a guarantee and privately went to the emperor. He said that as long as the emperor gave him a secret edict, he could only lead the Beiliang army and enter the north alone. Even if he had to sacrifice 200,000 soldiers, he would make Beimang lose its title. At the time, the old Grand Secretary stood by the monarch's side and only laughed coldly. The next day, Su Shao was the first to withdraw his troops back to Beiliang to express the Liang dynasty's sincerity. This could be considered Su Shao's second time being a scapegoat after the Spring and Autumn War and his rise to the Jianghu. Many old soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles silently withdrew from the Beiliang army at this time. In the 5 battles between the 2 countries, the Liang dynasty lost more than they won. The 4th time was the most crushing defeat, almost exhausting all of the elite border troops the previous emperor had accumulated. The eastern front north of Great Peace City was cleared of the wilderness, and it was even more forbidden to raise troops and attack without permission. It was only now that General Gu Jiantang had resigned from his post as the Minister of War and was personally overseeing the 2 Liao provinces, in addition to the Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu's support, which was said by the scholars to have spent half of the dynasty's wealth, that the declining situation took a slight turn for the better. Su Fengnian directly asked, "Who are your parents?" She shook her head and said, "I am an orphan, adopted by the clan when I was young." Su Fengnian was most familiar with the dirty tricks of the imperial family. He asked with a smile, "Have you never thought that you might be a golden branch or jade leaf with the surname Yelu or Murong?" The young girl's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Clearly, she had never thought about this matter. Su Fengnian inadvertently saw the pink tongue behind her white teeth and felt hot again. However, he didn't feel the least bit ashamed of his inferiority in front of a beauty. He only lowered his eyebrows slightly and glanced down at his waist, silently praising, "Good brother, you are very capable." After working hard to cultivate the great yellow courtyard, there shouldn't be any irreversible side effects. Otherwise, His Royal Highness would really use a piece of tofu to knock himself to death. Without any worries, Su Fengnian was in a good mood and threw some of the troublesome problems to the back of his mind. He remembered that in the past, he had spent a lot of money to buy countless poems. When they reached his second sister, only one line, "Tomorrow worries will come, tomorrow worries," entered her eyes and made His Royal Highness so happy that he had the servant send another 700 taels of silver to that poor scholar, 100 taels per word. Later, he heard that this scholar had passed the imperial examination and had some fame in the capital. He was one of the few honest people who didn't want to wallow in the mire and curse His Royal Highness with the scholars. It was probably because of this that he had waited on the cold bench for several years before he was replaced by a county clerk in a barren mountain and turbulent river. Su Fengnian sat by the lake and beckoned her to sit down. Smelling the unique fragrance of a woman, His Royal Highness, who hadn't even seen a female mosquito after leaving Flying Fox City, felt as if a lifetime had passed. The wild bulls were vast and mighty. Su Fengnian was wholeheartedly studying the swimming fish style in the knife manual. How could he care about distinguishing between male and female? Besides, even if he could distinguish between the two, what else could he do? Su Fengnian wasn't even afraid of the devil Xie Ling, but this thought scared him so much that he trembled. He then held his belly and laughed. It could be said that he found joy in the bitter struggle of Beimeng alone. After laughing, he saw that the young girl who was sitting upright and still was confused. No matter how thick-skinned Su Fengnian was, he wouldn't be so brazen as to mention this. He lowered his head and stroked the Chang flute. The two dark purple bamboo pipes were side by side with gold and silver threads intertwined. The holes of the pipes were smooth and round. Even after many years of playing and stroking, there wasn't the slightest bit of wear and tear. It could be seen that it was a precious Chang flute of top quality. Su Fengnian could be considered an expert in calligraphy. He carefully observed the 4 Mang characters written by Murong in front and Yelu in the back. The characters carved on the Chang flute were extraordinary. He didn't exchange the flute. Instead, he smiled and said, "Take good care of this keepsake. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be the shepherd girl Mu Ko Xianbei's head. If that day really comes, remember to remember my kindness." The girl blushed when she saw how gentle and meticulous he was stroking her, making her even more charming. However, when she saw this young master from the southern court using her beloved Chang flute to stroke her back in such a careless manner, there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Perhaps Su Fengnian was slow to realize it, or perhaps he was deliberately teasing her, but when he saw her face, he couldn't help but smile. He extended a finger and twirled the Chang flute's opening, grinning wickedly. The girl's face was thin, and she was about to cry. Su Fengnian returned the Chang flute to her and lay down on the grass. He was afraid that there wouldn't be many days of such leisure and carefree days in the future. The girl sitting cross-legged beside Su Fengnian clutched the Chang flute and lowered her head, saying, "I'm sorry." This time, she really was crying. Su Fengnian knew that she was apologizing for her cowardice after being saved in the canyon. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said in a calm tone, "It's not wrong for a girl to be timid. If you feel that it's wrong, you can be bolder and sit on me. Even if I suffer such humiliation, I won't resist." Su Fengnian was originally teasing the girl, and he was just teasing her. He didn't think that this girl would really use up all her courage and boldness in her life to sit on his waist. His Royal Highness, who had been suppressed, sucked in a breath of cold air and said sanctimoniously, "Girl, please have some self-respect." Chapter 3, around 3 in the morning. Not included in tomorrow's update. Chapter 472. An ignorant girl straddled the man's waist and sat with her but raised. You couldn't expect her to be good at horsemanship in this aspect. Su Fengnian, on the other hand, was very familiar with it. Just a moment ago, he was like a chaste woman who was awe-inspiring and righteous, asking the girl to respect herself. However, when he saw her taking the initiative, he immediately changed his attitude and started to undress himself without hesitation. Having illicit sexual intercourse in the wild, having a banquet in heaven and earth, and wantonly humiliating the northern Mang woman. It should be the dream of many weak northern Liang gentry children. Su Fengnian had seen many of these poor rich scholars who thought that they could compete with the soldiers who led troops to kill the enemy by riding on the northern Mang prostitute's body in the brothel. Su Fengnian's eyes were clear as he looked at the herdsman who seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. He stopped what he was doing, which was mostly acting. She undoubtedly had a pair of bright eyes, which were not the kind that directly pointed at one's heart, but the kind that was pure and untainted by dust and dirt. This kind of woman's eyes were destined to be like the clear lake on the grassland beside him, which would disappear into the yellow sand sooner or later. Once he saw her this year, he might not see her again next year. Even if she was a golden branch and jade leaf left behind in the grassland, even if she returned to the palace, what benefit would it bring? Su Fengnian did not have the charming thought of taking off his clothes to see her naked, but he was not allowed to take advantage of her. He smiled and shook his head, indicating for her to relax. At the same time, he held her extremely flexible and slender waist with both hands in an inappropriate position. The two of them looked at each other. The so-called killing a beauty with a sword under the waist was probably the true portrayal of Su Fengnian at this moment. No matter how innocent and naive the girl was, she matured early. No matter how ignorant she was not a fool. She also knew what kind of evil was suppressed under her soft buttocks. Riding a horse and herding sheep would not be so embarrassing. This was not a woman who deliberately wanted to seduce people. Even though Su Fengnian had been untainted by flowers for a long time, he also felt that those fallen monarchs who never went to the morning court were not wronged. Su Fengnian's hands quietly slid down, and naturally squeezed. This was a skill that came with practice. Back then, during the 3 years of traveling, he had relied on this ingenious technique to make that brat Wenhua prostrate himself in admiration. Unfortunately, this brat's comprehension ability was worlds apart from His Highness the Crown Prince's, and he could not maintain a righteous expression as a moral person. Unfortunately, he had a lecherous face that deserved a beating. Every time he mustered up the courage to go to the downtown area to take advantage of women, Su Fengnian would inevitably have to step in to save the situation. If Wenhua cooperated, saliva would immediately flow from the corner of his mouth, and then he would say that he was an idiot brother in the family. Girls with weak temperaments would be soft-hearted and let him off, but those who were more shrewish would be punched and kicked, implicating Su Fengnian as a fish in the moat. Among the latter, Xianyuan Qingfeng was the most relentless, leading his vicious servants to chase after them for several streets. The young girl did not say anything and only stared at him with her eyes wide open. In his life, other than a girl's crying, Su Fengnian could not stand this kind of pure gaze. He could only withdraw his hands in embarrassment and laugh as he scolded, "You're the only one who's allowed to ride a horse, but I'm not allowed to flatter you?" The young girl, who was not used to puns, thought carefully. When she had figured out the meaning, she clumsily revealed a slightly late bashfulness. Su Fengnian saw her charmingly naive appearance and could not bear to do it. He sat up and held her in his arms, lightly smelling the fragrance of her fine black hair and feeling the delicate trembling of her virgin body. He sighed and slowly released her. Beimang's customs were bold and unrestrained. Not only were there illegal activities permitted by the law, but there was also the custom of kidnapping a bride, as well as the remarriage of a woman whose sister had passed away and whose mother had become a widow's sister-in-law. These were all excellent reasons for the scholars of the Central Plains to criticize the barbarians of Beimang. Su Fengnian picked her up and put her down beside him. Heng Chunlei sat on his lap and stared at the lake, lost in thought. A 16-year-old beauty's body was so soft that it was as if a hero had entered the grave. Perhaps if it were any other man who had suffered internal injuries from holding himself back, he would have already taken advantage of her reluctance and enjoyed the pleasure of having sex with her. After he had eaten his fill, he would not recognize her and would touch his crotch to laugh at the common people. However, His Royal Highness, who had begun to feel melancholy again, turned his head and laughed, "If only you were Pei Nanwei or Yu Yuwei." There was no woman in the world who liked to be compared with other women. Although the girl was ignorant about love, she could still hear the weight of the words. She did not dare to show her grievance and only turned her head away. Su Fengnian stood up and made a plan in his mind. He wanted to see if he could help this group of fleeing herdsmen settle down. If he had the chance to return safely in the future, he would take her back to Bailiang Palace. Not to mention whether she would be a vase or eaten, it would be good for the eyes. Later on, when he evaluated the top 10 beauties and spent some money, she would definitely be on the list. If word got out, it would be a happy thing to make those scholars envious. If he ate her now, would he take her to the north? If he ate her but did not take her back, Su Fengnian did not want to hear that she had become the exclusive property of some vigilant person in his tent. His Royal Highness, who had been taken advantage of by Xu Xiu countless times, had also learned some superficial disguising techniques. The finished product could only be considered a shoddy product, but it could still be considered a cover-up. However, was she willing? The herdsmen of the tribe could not reveal the secret? Especially some young and strong men who had left their homes and harbored resentment. They might even use a few bags of silver to win the favor of Xian Shirley for the sake of wealth and future. The human heart was unpredictable. Even if he had saved the entire tribe, Su Fengnian did not feel that he could sit back and relax. He did not want them to be his puppet. Su Fengnian thought about it and decided to stay in this ill-fated herdsman's tribe for a few days. He asked, "What is your name?" She said softly, "Huyen Guanyin." Su Fengnian knew that many people in Beimang respected and believed in Buddhism. Many people liked to use Bodhisattva, Maitreya, and Manjushri as their names. It was not rare or strange. If it was in the spring and autumn period and the Central Plains, the name was too big and would be regarded as ominous. However, in Beimang, it was very common to use such names as small characters. Even the women's clothing was deeply affected. In the winter, they painted their faces with yellow material, which appeared golden. It was called Buddhist makeup, which could only be washed away in the warm spring. When the emissaries of the Liang dynasty first saw the women in Beimang, most of their faces were yellow. They thought it was because of the illness caused by the miasma. Chapter 473. Su Fengnian asked her to take it to the tribal camp. Huyen was a first-class family name on the grasslands, similar to the Tuoba family, second only to the Yelu and Murong royal families. It was bestowed by the Mang lord who was well versed in the culture of the Central Plains 100 years ago. Presumably, this tribe's city was a descendant of the Huyen family. However, the family name was prestigious, but it didn't mean that anyone with the surname Huyen was a noble. Beimang had a strict hierarchy, not inferior to the Liang dynasty at all. People were divided into 4 classes. Originally, there were only 2 classes, the native of Beimang and the remnant of the spring and autumn period. They were fiercely opposed and had countless disputes. The chess and sword music schools Taiping order proposed to divide the people into 2 classes, both below the remnant of the spring and autumn period. In fact, they were all sinners or stubborn people who were forcibly brought into Beimang territory by force. Their numbers were relatively small, but even so, the remnant of the spring and autumn period were all grateful. It was their nature not to worry about scarcity, but to worry about inequality. Not only that, but they had also become a person above others. Of course, the people were divided into 4 classes. The small group of nobles who stood at the top of each class, regardless of wealth or status, were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Su Fengnian muttered to himself, "Tuoba, Huyen Guanyin, these names are quite interesting." Are there Yellow Mithraea and Morongpuxian? She said softly, yes. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and flicked his finger on her forehead. You don't know how to read people's expressions at all. With your blockhead, even if you really went to the imperial tent in the imperial city, you wouldn't be able to become a princess with 100,000 thoughts. She raised her voice slightly, perhaps this was the biggest protest in the world. I'm not. Su Fengnian pinched her chin and teased, you say you're not? Then if I say I'm the Emperor of Beimang, then I'm the Emperor of Beimang? She blushed and retorted seriously, Her Majesty is a woman. Su Fengnian sighed and no longer reasoned with her. When he went to the herdsman's tribe with her, he was worshipped as a god. Su Fengnian went up and down in the canyon like an immortal, saving more than 20 people, and then he stopped the herd of cows. With the help of a Buddha-like old monk, everyone, regardless of age, knelt on the ground devoutly. The old patriarch even shed tears as if the grievances of migrating thousands of miles had been swept away. Beimang's people were simple and honest, unlike the famous people of the Liang dynasty who believed in Huang Lao in prosperous times and escaped to Buddhism in troubled times. Anyway, they did whatever they could to protect themselves. In the tribe, only Huyen Guanyi knew the language of the southern dynasties, so she passed the message. When they found out that the young bodhisattva was going to stay in the tribe for a few days, they were all very happy. The young children and girls were even more excited. Besides Huyen Guanyin, there were also a few girls who were rescued by Su Fengnian and hoped that the handsome bodhisattva who was not like a herdsman could stay in their yurt. The grassland household registration was based on a yurt. When Beimang was first established as the emperor's palace was just a yurt. Even the previous emperor had to stay with his confidants and close officials every time he went hunting. Therefore, the Liang dynasty secretly criticized that when the empress of Beimang was still the empress, she had an affair with several powerful officials while the emperor was sleeping soundly. This really surprised the people of the Central Plains who lived in the imperial palace. The tribe leader was called Huyen Anbao. He personally welcomed Su Fengnian into the spacious black and white yurt. Other than the simple and honest son and daughter-in-law, the old man also had a granddaughter and a granddaughter. The granddaughter was once brought up the mountain by Su Fengnian and was extremely happy. The grandson was the child who was always held by Huyen Guanyin at the bottom of the canyon. He stared at Su Fengnian's eyes as if he was looking at a deity, full of reverence and worship. When Su Fengnian entered the yurt, the child and his sister stood outside the yurt together and looked at the young deity's elegant demeanor through the gap. They only felt that every movement of the young deity was extremely beautiful. They reckoned that when Su Fengnian burped and farted, the two siblings would think that it was a great knowledge. Beimang revered martial arts and was good at horseback archery. They especially revered powerful martial artists who had outstanding strength and strong fists. Tuoba stepped on the bones of his fellow tribesmen to become the empress's servant. Revenge had never changed in Beimang for thousands of years. The Dangxiang tribe especially focused on revenge. If they didn't take revenge, they would inevitably be disheveled and dirty. They wouldn't get close to women and wouldn't eat meat. Only after killing their enemies could they return to normal. After both sides reconciled, they would need to fill the skull wine cup with human blood and the blood of 3 animals. Both sides swore that if they took revenge, they would take the lives of 6 animals. When Tuoba gradually became the god of war and had outstanding military achievements, the 16 tribes of the Dangxiang tribe were convinced. They proposed to the number 1 person in Beimang to reconcile. Tuoba ignored them and the leaders of the 16 tribes committed suicide together. Later on, when the empress appeared, Tuoba only agreed verbally. Not only did the Dangxiang tribe not see it as a great shame, they even took it as an honor. Without exception, the valiant and strong young men joined Tuoba's personal army. It could be seen that Beimang had a strong spirit of martial arts. Sitting in the tent, after listening to Huyen Guanyin's narration, they found out that her tribe's migration wasn't done blindly. Huyen Anbao's father, who died on the way, was a staunch believer in evil spirits. He was a well-known fortune-teller who was good at using wormwood to burn sheep's scapula. Back then, it was this old man who took in the baby girl in swaddling clothes. At the end of winter, it was this old fortune-teller who used the cursed sheep to request the tribe to migrate to the southeast. Su Fengnian was skeptical of this kind of fortune-telling witchcraft. When he heard it, he didn't take it to heart. When he found out that Huyen Guanyin lived in the adjacent tent, he glanced at her. It was just a small gesture out of habit, but it made the young girl blush like a peach blossom. The old tribal leader saw it but didn't say anything. He just smiled and felt gratified. The little girl was alone and had no one to rely on. In the end, she still needed to marry a man with broad shoulders to truly settle down. The old man had complete faith in this young master Su, who claimed to be from Gusai Prefecture. At the bottom of a narrow valley, a man could stop 10,000 bulls. It was a miracle that he didn't even dare to think about. The old man still remembered the legend of 9 swords breaking 10,000 cavalry that had been circulating in the grassland for 100 years. Although it was a magnificent feat of the Wu family swordsmen from the Central Plains, he felt that the young bodhisattva sitting in the same tent was comparable to those 9 swordsmen. After Su Fengnian drank a big bowl of wine and ate big chunks of meat, he walked out of the tent with his head lowered. Huyen Guanyin followed behind him. Su Fengnian slowly walked up a small hill. Other than the young girl, there was also the old tribal leader's grandson sneakily following from afar. He seemed to be called Abaoji by his nickname. Su Fengnian looked at the setting sun and suddenly narrowed his eyes. A yellow eagle that was originally hovering leisurely cried incessantly. It swept across the sky and swayed as it fell. 100 miles to the northeast, the yellow eagle fell to the ground. There was a small bird's claw that was like an iron hook that was nailed into the eagle's back. It was only heard of the eagle catching the sparrow. Was there really a sparrow riding an eagle in this world? The extraordinarily handsome bird flew to the shoulder of a young man who had a sword and a saber hanging from the left side of his waist. Its cry was crisp and clear. The young man in the fox fur hat had 2 retainers standing beside him. One of them was a middle-aged man with a strong body like a lion. His voice was as loud as a bell. "Young master, you've already killed no less than 600 people and 4,000 wild bulls on your way here. Have you enjoyed yourself?" The other old man in a brocade robe said gloomily, "Of the 10 great devils, other than you and I, who are both slaves to the young master, I haven't seen any of the other 8. How can I enjoy myself?" The young man sneered with a strong smell of blood. He reached out to tease the small bird on his shoulder and said, "Devils and whatnot are actually boring to kill. Killing that Buddhist saint is more interesting." The self-proclaimed Beimeng demonic old man nodded and said, "This dragon tree monk of the 2 Zen temples is said to be the master of the white-robed monk Li Xiaoxin. We should meet him." Hearing the name Li Xiaoxin, the young man's eyes turned red. He reached out to gently hold the small bird and suddenly exerted force. His hand was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "They all deserve to die." Chapter 474. The young master in the fox fur hat casually tossed away the falcon-hunting sparrow. He rubbed his thumb and fingers together. The blood was thick, and he sniffed it. Obviously, he had a shrewd and ruthless personality. He wiped his fingers on the fox fur coat. The middle-aged man said, "Even though the old bald donkey Long Shu is a saint, he is from the 3 sections. His realm is too fake and can't be accurate. There are more than 30 people in the martial arts role of the dynasty who are first-class 4 states. I reckon only these people can enter the young master's eyes." Even though the Vajra state is divided into big and small and the Buddha's invincible golden body is respected, it is still the ability to take a beating. When it comes to killing people, I'm afraid even compared to the Confucian and Daoist sects, not to mention me and my brother who are from the demonic sections. This bald donkey from the 2 Zen temples is the most suitable for the young master to practice his knife. He can hack 800 and 1,000 times in one go to verify if the Buddha is really invincible. The elder in the brocade robe sneered, Duan Bo-er, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? A saint is a saint. How can his golden body be broken so easily? Be careful that you don't get to eat the lamb. You and I know each other well. Besides, no matter how good the young master's talent is, he is not 20 yet. He still can't enter the Vajra state after fighting with the bulls. Can the three of us gain anything by intercepting and killing Long Shu Monk? The man sneered, what's so difficult about that? It is a secret that the old bald donkey entered our dynasty. We can let the young master find a few great guardians and gather 1,000 or 2,000 cavalrymen. We can use the wheel war to kill the old bald donkey. When the time comes, the young master will chop off his head and be the only person who can kill a land immortal. Who would dare not to submit? The elder said in disdain, if the saint wants to leave and avoid the battle, even if he has 1,000 or 2,000 cavalrymen, can he catch up? The middle-aged man crossed his fingers and his joints cracked. He laughed sinisterly, the old bald donkey eats vegetarian food and chants to Buddha. When the time comes, we will threaten him with the lives of a few hundred herdsmen. If he dares to escape, we will kill one for each step. Let's see how far he can run. Hundreds of people died because of his cowardice. If this news spreads out, the old bald donkey Long Shu is no more than a holy monk. How can he still have the face to talk about Dharma with our imperial preceptor, Immortal Qilin? The old man in the brocade robe with the surname Tuoba had a feminine aura like a water snake, which made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. The middle-aged man with a sturdy physique looked more righteous, but the latter was more flattering, which suited his identity as an evil servant. The young master raised his hand to prevent the embroidered robed retainer from blurting out sarcastic words. He removed a pitch-black metal tablet from his waist and instructed, go back, go to the nearby tents and pass on my order. Gather 1,200 cavalry in 3 days. When the time comes, we will meet at Yellow Eagle Valley and intercept the Dragon Tree Monk together. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll allow you to act first and report later. I don't believe there's an eagle on the prairie that isn't afraid of my Tuoba family. Duan Bo-er acknowledged the order and left. In the Beimang dynasty, other than the royal family and the young master's family, there was no other branch that could make 2 of the 10 great devils willingly become their servants. This time, he left home because of his father's unwillingness to let him lead an army to the border of Gu Sai state alone. His father was clearly an invincible martial artist who relied on his glorious military exploits to reach the top of the royal court, but he actually valued his elder brother who read the classics of the Central Plains so highly. He favored one and discriminated against the other, which really annoyed him. However, although he didn't like his elder brother's actions, their brotherhood had never faded. Especially in these years, when he caused countless troubles, it was always his kind-hearted elder brother who came forward to settle everything. He didn't hesitate to become enemies with many of the Yelu Murong children. He was very grateful for this, especially when that foxy sister-in-law took the initiative to seduce him at the beginning of the year. Even his father was furious and wanted to cripple his martial arts without listening to his explanation. It was still his elder brother who calmed his father's anger. After that, the brothers had a heart-to-heart talk and pulled the woman who was nominally his sister-in-law to him. He laughed and said that he was sick and would sooner or later die because of him. Looking at his elder brother's gentleness and the woman's shame, even with his father's innate ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness, he couldn't help but feel moved. He remembered that when he was young, before his father's military exploits, the 2 brothers relied on each other for survival. Indeed, the elder brother was like a father and never let him be bullied by the tribe. This proud son of the prairie and desert muttered, "As long as you don't live past 40 years old and don't fight with me, I will always see you as my elder brother." The demon in brocade robe turned a deaf ear to the young master's heart-wrenching words. The young man touched the hilt of his knife and asked, "Who is the recent Shinti?" The old man smiled and replied, "It's Chu Cha, from the Huiyue tribe. He is in charge of 20 to 30,000 people. His tribe members are good at hunting leopards and lions. Chu Cha, was originally a small official in the eagle catching room. He was only promoted to Shinti after offering a few good eagles as tribute to the Huiyue tribe leaders. I heard that the women in the tribe are very beautiful. The young master said indifferently, then go to Chu Cha and rest. As for the women, you can choose as you like. The demon in brocade robe got along with this extremely noble young man. He was far from being as servile as the middle-aged man. He laughed and said, I know that the young master has high standards and doesn't care for these vulgar things. It would be impolite for me to refuse. The young man dismissed it with a smile. To him, there were only a few women in Beimang. For example, the national pipa player of the current dynasty, who was known for her slender hands and excellent drumming skills, the princess who was rumored to have an affair with Chen Jibao of Beiliang, the princess of the Murong family of the Golden Toad State who liked to keep male companions, and a woman who was a zither player among the top 10 demons. Other than these, there were not many women who could arouse his interest. He suddenly asked, I heard that the 10th demon, Xia Ling, is dead? Chapter 475. The old man said calmly, Xia Ling fought Luo Yang when he was at his peak. Luckily, he didn't die, but he should have been seriously injured. I guess it's not strange for him to be killed when he fell from Xianji to Jianghu. The top 10 list of diabolism is not like the martial list. It's based on fame and cannot convince the public. The top 3 were still alright, but when the old servant and Duan Bo-er returned, the remaining 7 were a mess. For example, the Dragon King beside Princess Hong Yen was only ranked 9th, but he had a 60% chance of winning against the 5th-ranked female zither player. At the end of the day, in the path of martial arts, the best way to kill and break one's hand was to break through from the 2nd stage to the 1st stage, step by step, and then use the Vajra finger mysterious celestial phenomenon to reach the Earth Immortal realm. There were a few youngsters who appeared to be extraordinarily talented, yet they were immediately astonished by their brilliance, and were rumored to have extraordinary achievements in the future. However, in this old servant's opinion, they were not even worth mentioning. Therefore, even though Hong Jingyan was fierce, his future achievements would most likely be far inferior to Luo Yang, the number 1 figure of the devil path. This old servant has surveyed the Jianghu of the northern Mang and Liang dynasties. In the past 100 years, there were only 5 such figures. Dragon and Tiger, Qi Xianzhu, and Wu Dang's Hong Shixiang could be considered the same person. The last 4 people are all very careful. Little master, don't think that Yelu Dongchuang and Murong Shuilong are at a higher level than you. You are the only one who has the chance to be on the same level as the other 5. I am looking forward to it, so I don't want to die. Ha! The demon in the brocade robe laughed eerily, like an evil spirit walking in the night. The young man stretched and said slowly, after hearing what you said, I want to kill again. The sun was setting in the west. In the herdsman's camp, the sun was setting. The heat was fading away, and the wind was blowing. It was peaceful and peaceful. The herdsmen of the grassland mainly ate meat and dairy products. The meat came from cows, horses, and alpacas that died naturally, as well as wolves, foxes, deer, and rabbits that were hunted. If the cows or horses died, they would be cut into strips and hung under the sun to dry in a ventilated place. Their internal organs would be made into sausages and eaten raw. Freshly slaughtered mutton was a rare feast. Thin slices of mutton were soaked in salt water and sliced with a sharp knife. Su Fengnian was squatting at the side, watching how the herdsmen milked the horses. The method was peculiar. First, they nailed 2 wooden stakes into the ground, then pulled up a long rope and tied the mare to the young horse for a period of time. The mare would gradually run to the young horse's side. It was unusually quiet, and the milking process was much smoother. If the horse's milk was fresh, it would be very sweet and not inferior to cow's milk. Su Fengnian watched as Huyen Guanyin and the granddaughter of the old patriarch milked the horses skillfully. After the milk was poured into the large leather pouch, it was handed over to the young men in the tribe to stir and beat. It was said that after the horse's milk was fermented, the residue at the bottom of the leather pouch would be used to feed the livestock slaves. The pure part on top would be enjoyed by the superior herdsmen in the tribe. Some of the best horse's milk would even be offered as a tribute to Shirdi. Su Fengnian squatted beside a child named Baoji. He did not speak, but just followed this immortal bodhisattva in his heart from afar. No matter how he looked at it, he would never get tired of it. Su Fengnian suppressed his hot and dry emotions. Looking in this direction, he could just see the details of Huyan Guanin's milking. He clicked his tongue and said, "Her technique is really not bad." During the official dinner that followed, the patriarch Huyan Anbao not only served a whole roasted lamb to this living bodhisattva who was the benefactor of the entire tribe, he also took out his precious collection of tiger bone wine and yellow rice wine. The staple food was a meticulously brewed soup made from barley and mutton. This was almost all of the tribe's wealth. Su Fengnian wolfed down the food and especially did not refuse anyone who offered him a toast. This made the dozen or so forthright herdsmen who represented their respective camps to have a better impression of him. Most of them drank to their heart's content and were dead drunk. The old patriarch was no exception. On the contrary, Su Fengnian had the cultivation of the Great Yellow Court and the disposition of a large volume of alcohol. After the banquet ended, he walked out of the tent that was filled with the smell of wine and meat. The herdsmen were more in awe of this young man with profound martial arts than they were close to him, so they did not dare to disturb him. Su Fengnian came to the lakeside to raise the Huangtong sword embryo. After the flying sword entered his sleeve, he saw Huyan Guanin leading the evasive Baoji over. The young girl gathered her courage and said, "Baoji wishes to be your disciple and learn martial arts from you." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "That's impossible." Although the child did not understand the language of the southern dynasties, he could still clearly see the bodhisattva shaking his head. The young girl hesitated for a moment and said softly, "I beg you to teach him one or two fist techniques." "Any fist technique will do." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Am I very close to you? Do I owe you money?" Huyan Guanin bit her lips, her gaze desolate. Su Fengnian ignored her. He broke off a leaf of water grass and flicked it with his finger, tearing open the surface of the lake. However, it did not move forward in a straight line. Instead, it twisted and slithered like a fish snake. Baoji was dumbfounded. This was much more powerful than the martial arts masters in his clan. This was not Su Fengnian's intention to show off in front of them. It was just a casual move. On the 6th page of the knife manual, the opening shoe style seemed to be wide and wide, but it was actually complicated and obscure. On the 7th page, the swimming fish style was still a skillful move. Compared to the sword chi rolling dragon wall, it lacked sharpness but was more rounded. On the latest page, the 8th page was called the black hair knot. It was like a mass of tangles. Su Fengnian did not know where to start. Since he had nothing to do, he could only entertain himself and treat it as practice makes perfect. He kept breaking off leaves and tearing open the surface of the lake. The rich in martial arts and the poor in literature. Apart from the family background, martial arts ultimately required hard work and unremitting practice. This was also the biggest obstacle. Otherwise, the rich aristocratic families, who were richer than the nobles, did not lack secret manuals, weapons, and expensive medicines to strengthen the body. Logically speaking, they should have produced many masters. However, in fact, the majority were still powerful martial artists who came from ordinary families. Whether it was Li Chungang or Old Huang, they all came from the poor streets. This was probably the root of why the martial arts world was far more lively than the literary world. Other than the fair ranking of the 10 people in the Beimang martial arts roll, what was more attractive was that all the martial arts masters in the 2 dynasties and 2 Jianghu who had reached the first Pin realm were captured in one fell swoop. There were a total of 32 people. Even if there were some left out, it was still an unprecedented feat. Su Fengnian knew that among the first Pin masters in the Beimang martial arts roll, there were several young martial arts masters of similar age. Among them, Yilu Dongbed and Murong Longshui were both members of the royal family. The former was a military upstart in the palace tent and was in harmony with Dongjua. The latter was a woman, but unfortunately, she was as fat as a pig and looked worrisome. On the Bailiang side, Chen Jibao and Yuan Suozong were both on the roll. The former was even regarded as the new generation of spear immortal. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and thought of the situation where the Tsing Yi almost killed the White Yi. Then he thought of her dimples. The next chapter is before 12 o'clock. The third chapter is estimated to be around 4 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 476. A burst of light footsteps broke the tranquility of the lakeside. Abaoji's sister trotted over and whispered something to Huyen Guanyin. Su Fengnian, who had studied the Mang language, knew that the Yu were about to give birth, and Huyen Guanyin should be an expert in delivering lambs. They went to the sheep pen together and quietly watched her deliver the lambs in an orderly manner. After the job was done, she stroked a lock of hair on her temples and smiled. Because of the migration, most of the sheep in the tribe were thin and weak. It was not easy for them to survive the harsh winter. Therefore, delivering lambs became the most important thing after they set up camp. Abaoji, who was strong, could not hold himself back. He chased around the sheep pen, and finally, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, he caught a small lamb, grabbed it by its hind legs, stood up, picked it up, and danced around wildly. He was so domineering that even Su Fengnian was stunned. The little guy's sister reprimanded him with her hands on her hips. If she could not reason with him, she would pull his ear. After the little guy let go, the sister went to catch another lamb. During the process, she was kicked countless times and was covered in mud and dung. It was not until Huyen Guanyin, who was free, gently persuaded her that she let go of the poor lambs in the pen. Baoji was unwilling to take a bath. Even Huyen Guanyin could not persuade him otherwise. Su Fengnian grabbed the naughty little brat by the collar and threw him into the water when they reached the lakeside. The little brat was not angry. He just swam in the lake happily. For the next 2 days, Su Fengnian coldly observed the tedious work of this small tribe. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, their division of labor was clear. They were not allowed to be lazy. Herding livestock, milking cows, digging wells, shearing fur, tanning leather, gathering dung, and weaving hemp. As long as they had enough strength, they would never be able to finish their work. Su Fengnian did not interfere and only silently calculated the land cost of a herdsman or a control flux warrior. After conversing with Huyen Guanyin, he learned that in the previous generation, there had been a few members of the Beimang imperial court's Jia Shui army who had been exempted from many miscellaneous taxes. Otherwise, with the tribe's manpower and resources, they would have to hunt large wild animals or even raid other tribes to survive. However, these two matters were too risky. If they were not careful, the tribe would be annihilated. Every day, there would be small tribes of this scale in the prairie that declined or were annexed by other tribes. They migrated here and luckily managed to occupy a piece of the lake. They could only hope that the local government would be lenient and that the neighboring tribes were weak. During this time, Su Fengnian had a secret discussion with the old chief. After that, Huyen Guanyin finally put on a rough face, which broadened the horizons of the herdsmen of the tribe. They increasingly viewed Su Fengnian as a strange character who had reincarnated from a bodhisattva. On the third day, at noon, Su Fengnian, who was meditating by the lakeside, looked toward the north. They had finally arrived. However, compared to what he had expected, this time, it was much larger. The owner of this pasture, Titi Chu Cha, was sitting high on a tall horse. This Titi Chu Cha, was in the prime of his life. He had a robust body and was dressed in wolf skin clothing. The hair near his ears and in front of his forehead was shaved, and 2 braids were tied behind his ears. A large falcon was perched on his shoulder. Chu Cha waved his hand, and 100 or so riders behind him rushed out with strange cries. They galloped wildly around the campsite. This was not considered a terrifying method. What was more frightening was that there were 2 cages beside Chu Cha. Each of the cages held a golden cheetah and a fierce tiger captured from the Tu Liao's side. The 2 fierce beasts that were originally curled up and dozing seemed to have smelled the scent of blood. They suddenly stood up in their cages and roared. Their sharp claws slammed against the iron bars as if they were about to devour someone. The chief, Huyan Anbao, who had migrated thousands of miles away, led the members of the tribe and gathered together in fear. They did not bring any weapons and did not dare to show any signs of resistance. Migrating across the border was originally a wrong thing to do. If it was not for the fact that the tribe did not have any valuable treasures, Huyan Anbao would have personally gone to offer incense to this new Tidi Chu Cha, or who would control the life and death of the entire tribe in the future. Su Fengnian and Huyan Guanyin did not walk out of the tent. There was still an indignant Abaoji hiding beside them. He looked at the arrogant Tidi Chu Cha's personal guard through the gap, but in the end, his gaze stopped at the man who looked like a master and servant beside Tidi Chu Cha. The young man was wearing a fox fur hat and had a sword at his waist. Unlike the knights, he sat cross-legged on the back of a horse and looked at them with a cold expression. The old man in the brocade robe had restrained his spirit. Although Su Fengnian had restrained his prying gaze at the first moment, perhaps because Huyan Guanyin had revealed some clues, the old man felt that something was amiss. He looked straight at them with a cold gaze. The cavalryman narrowed the encirclement, completely not giving Huyan Anbao a chance to get close to Tidi Chu Cha. Every autumn, when the empress personally came to the Beimang Palace for a large-scale hunt, it was the same. However, it was even more spectacular. Just chasing the prey from the periphery required tens of thousands of soldiers and took 2 months. The soldiers were orderly and advanced slowly. The Imperial Xia Shui army was in charge of supervising the troops. The formation followed the established route strictly. If there was a slight deviation, they would be dragged away and beaten. If the prey escaped the encirclement during this period, the decurion would be beheaded on the spot, the centurion would be stripped of his official position, and the chiliarch would be demoted by 1 rank. When the hunting circle finally narrowed to a distance of 2 to 3 square meters between the soldiers, ropes were tied together and blankets were covered. At this time, there were countless wild beasts in the circle. Lions and donkeys were in the same place, cows and horses collided with each other, and jackals, wolves, foxes, and rabbits were squeezed together. What followed next was a feast of slaughter where the rank of nobility would decrease in order to enter. Chu Cha gently shook her shoulders, and the great falcon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Then, this Tidi Chu Cha smiled cruelly and clapped her hands. When the cavalryman opened a gap in the hunting circle, a few spiky beast slaves who were not fully clothed immediately opened the cage and let out the restless howling tigers and leopards. Releasing the reins, the wild and untamed leopard and tiger rushed out side by side and skillfully pounced on the herdsmen in the circle. When the tigers and leopards ran, their slender, dynamic, and strong bodies were especially prominent. This meant that once they came into contact with the herdsmen, it would be an incomparably bloody tearing. The distance of 100 steps was covered in an instant. Chapter 477. The 2 strong herdsmen guarding the tribal leader had participated in many wild beast hunts. Although they did not have spears and arrows, they still stood out of the formation. They first took big steps and then ran wildly to confront the lions and tigers that came out of the cages. The tigers and leopards that he had carefully raised were not ordinary prey. Their wildness was far stronger than when they were first caught. Only when they went out to hunt, they were imprisoned in cages. The rest of the time, they were kept in cages. When they killed all the livestock, when they changed cages, when they punished the shepherds who violated the rules in the tribe, they were thrown into cages. Even those horned experts with amazing strength could not withstand a few rounds of killing and biting of the tigers and leopards. For many years, only 1 person survived, and after that, one of his arms was bitten off. Almost at the same time, two herdsmen were pounced on by the agile tigers and leopards. Their necks were bitten and their intestines were cut open. The two beasts lowered their heads and gnawed at each other. When the limbs of the herdsmen stopped twitching, the tigers and leopards raised their heads at the same time and looked at the frightened herdsmen in the cages. Inside the tent, Abaoji saw the tragic situation and his face was full of tears. He was about to rush out and fight for his life when Su Fengnian held his head and threw him back into the tent. He then lifted the cotton blanket that was used as a curtain and rushed out. Su Fengnian did not expect this shirti to be so ruthless. Generally speaking, although herdsmen who crossed the border could be sentenced to death, it was true that human lives were worthless in the grassland and desert. However, it was different from Bei Mang's attention to the number of young men who could control horses and fight in the tribe. The grassland women's remarriage was more relaxed than the Central Plains people's etiquette, justice, integrity and shame. Every time there was a war, Bei Mang would spare no effort to abduct the people at the border of Liang dynasty to settle in the north. It was all because in the final analysis, the strength of the big and small shirti was measured by the number of horses and heads. Generally speaking, when a tribe raised a flag to betray the tribe and chose to migrate, as long as the tribe had enough strength and was not afraid to be the enemy of the previous shirti, most of them would be willing to accept them. Huyen Guanin's tribe was thousands of miles away and the original shirti was destined to be out of reach. For any shirti who did not lack water and grass, it was a fortune. It was nothing more than spending some money to bribe the superior official who was in charge of the nomadic household registration. It was equivalent to having more than 30 more tent tax sources. Su Fengnian did not expect that the shirti who came after hearing the news and met with the herdsmen would want to use blood to establish their power. The handsome young man with the sword and saber at his waist raised his eyebrows. The old man in the brocade robe was about to speak when the young man shook his chin, indicating that there was no need to pay attention to him. Su Fengnian tiptoed and jumped over the cavalry's head. When he landed, he happened to be in front of the old patriarch. The fierce tiger opened its bloody mouth. Su Fengnian did not care about the tiger's claws that were blocked by the big yellow court mirage. He grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the tiger with both hands and gently tore it in half. He threw it in front of him. Splitting tigers and leopards was nothing more than this. The only remaining leopard suddenly stopped. It was obvious that it felt a huge sense of danger and did not dare to rush forward rashly. Chu Cha was furious and snorted coldly. The beast tamers and slaves began to shout and command the leopard to kill. The leopard with shiny fur finally could not hold back its restlessness. It rushed in a straight line and turned when it was 10 steps away. It jumped 5 steps to the side and pounced to the right side of the prey. Su Fengnian had comprehended the river-splitting technique from the canyon. He did not move his hands nor did he use his saber, but the prey's body was cut in half in the air. This time it was Chu Cha, and the cavalry's turn to be dumbfounded. The eyes of the young man in the fox fur coat brightened and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was really a surprise. The reason why the Shirtai led the troops to kill this tribe of 100 was because of the instructions of the powerful young master Tuoba. On the grasslands, perhaps there were powerful Shirtai who did not give face to the Yelu and Murong descendants, but there was absolutely no one who dared to disobey his orders. In the desert, his father's words were almost equivalent to Her Majesty's imperial edict. If it was in the Bei Mang army, it would be even better. The key was that the Empress had never felt that her merit was too high. She did not have the slightest suspicion of this military god who came from the Dongxiang tribe and trusted him to the utmost. Therefore, in the northern palace, even if you were a relative of the emperor or a prince, when you met the two sons of the military god, you would have to lower your head. This young man called Young Tuoba had personally killed 600 people along the way. When did any of the Shirtai go to the Empress and say anything? There was no lack of Shirtai who personally led the horses and sent him out of the border. Young Tuoba was still holding his chin. He tilted his head and smiled. Which state of the southern dynasties are you from? why don't you be my adopted son? You will be able to enjoy glory, splendor and wealth in this lifetime. Beimang had the custom of accepting adopted sons. It was similar to the Liang dynasty's adopted sons, but their status was usually only slightly higher than that of a servant. Of course, the adopted sons of powerful families could also bully men and seize women by flaunting the might of the emperor. Especially those big families in the Beimang palace who could wear Xianbei jade belts, the adopted sons had prominent power and countless privileges. The young man smiled and casually said, I know that you lowly people have some useless backbone. If you don't agree, after killing all these shepherds, I'll make you my first target. I'll bury you in the yellow sand, peel off your scalp, and water you with mercury. Su Fengnian didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He just said calmly, speak properly. The young man sitting cross-legged on the horse was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears from his eyes as he stared at the man with the saber in the hunting circle. Instead, he asked the brocade-robed devil beside him, when will he arrive? The old man's eyes were shining. He laughed and said, in 15 minutes. It's rare for a delicious food to come to your door. Young master, are you not going to personally take action this time? The young man curled his lips and said, I'm in a good mood today. I'm still considering whether to accept him as my adopted son or peel his skin and expose him to the sun. The old man stepped out of the line and asked, then I will play with him for a while? Young Tuoba, who didn't feel that there were many people in Beimang that he was afraid of, nodded lightly. Su Fengnian's Huangting Palace was like a flood. His figure flashed like a rainbow and pressed one hand on the forehead of the young man with the wolf hat. He pushed the young man off the horse and slid on the ground for a distance of 15 meters. Chapter 478. When Su Fengnian pressed down on the cross-legged young man wearing the fox fur coat on the horse with one hand, he was determined to blow up the head in an instant. However, the master and servant had underestimated Su Fengnian, who was traveling the grasslands. He also did not expect this rich child to have such a strong internal energy. Although it seemed that he was thrown off the horse and even thrown 50 or 60 feet away, in fact, his palm was bounced away as soon as it touched the young man's forehead. The brocade-robed old man left the horse's back and attacked Su Fengnian's head with both palms. Su Fengnian was not willing to do such a shady business of exchanging a life for a life. He could only watch helplessly as the great opportunity to capture the ringleader slipped from his hands. After throwing off the young man wearing the fox fur coat, he quickly moved to the side and pulled away from the brocade-robed retainer. The young man sitting on the ground had his wolf hat slanted. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He gently reached out to touch his burning forehead. He didn't hurry to get up and clicked his tongue in wonder. His body's chi flowed like dragons and snakes, concealing a profound principle. It wasn't wrong that Su Fengnian couldn't kill him in one strike. The Tuoba family dominated Beimang by tempering the body. Their foundation of martial arts was incomparably firm. This young man was brought by his father to the ice plains in the extreme north when he was young. He dug a hole to hide his chi and slept in ice all year round. Compared to the Daoist method of returning to the original from the inside out, he did the opposite and went from the outside to the inside. It could be said that the first rank had 4 realms. Among them, the diamond finger mysterious celestial phenomenon. Every time Tuoba stepped into a realm, he could be said to be the number 1 in Beimang. Like father, like son. This young man who claimed to be number 2 in Beimang was also equally outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been called Little Tuoba. Fortunately, he was able to control his impatience and didn't pull out his sword. After getting up, he patted his back and for the first time, raised his hand to signal the devil in brocade to not be calculative. He laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. With your technique, you're not far from the first rank. If you still have strength left, it'll be amazing. Whether it's scheming or ability, you've opened my eyes. When did such a talented person appear in the Southern Dynasty? Which Jia clan's direct descendant are you? Tell me. I can't bear to skin you. Just treat it as a joke. Don't mind it. After the Empress of Beimang came to the court, she exchanged and listened to the suggestions of the powerful officials in the north and south. According to the system of the Central Plains, she came up with a rough division of families. Apart from the 2 royal families, which were the first-class surnames, there were 10 families named A, which were known as the surnames Fufu and Zhuran. The 3 families in the southern dynasty were all ancient and powerful families in the aristocratic group in Longguan. These 3 families were the leaders who controlled the government of the southern dynasty. Little Tuoba, who was wearing a wolf hat and fox fur coat, naturally thought that this hidden figure of the southern dynasty was a direct descendant of the 3 great clans. Including the 32 people of the first class from the 2 dynasties, there were 18 people on the list of Beimang. This was enough to make the Liang dynasty, which boasted of its outstanding people, blush with shame. Fortunately, Wang Xianji and Dong Tai occupied 2 of the top 3 positions, which saved a lot of face. Apart from his father, the 4 gods and demons, Hong Jingyan, Luo Yang, and Murong Baoding, as well as the state preceptor, Immortal Qilin, the 5 great clans of Mount Tibing Chess and Sword Music School had 6 positions. Apart from Luo Yang, whose position overlapped with Xia Ling's, and the dead Xia Ling, 5 of the 8 notorious diabolism giants were on the list. Together with the 2 rising stars, Yelu Dongchuang and Murong Longshui, there were 18 people in total. The 6 celestial disciples of Immortal Qilin of the Dao sect were all at the bottleneck of the first class. Taoist Jinren often reached the first class and were only 1 step away from the first class. Little Tuoba couldn't help but be curious about the man in front of him. He was only a few years older than him and was able to cross the threshold of the second class at such a young age. The second class was called the Master Realm. It wasn't like cabbages that could be planted in autumn and harvested in winter. His father once said that there were too many geniuses in the Liang dynasty who had the potential to reach the top. The current situation where Beimang had the upper hand might not last long. Su Fengnian smiled. It's just a small family, not worth mentioning. The young man in the fox fur coat nodded regretfully. He jumped up and gave little Tuoba a taste of his own medicine. He suddenly pulled out his blade and chopped down. The blade was no different from a normal cavalry. However, when it was in his hand, it was shocking. The old man in the brocade robe had his hands in his sleeves. He looked like he was watching the battle with squinted eyes. However, his footsteps were light as little Tuoba attacked. Su Fengnian took a few steps back. His left palm slapped on the handle of the spring thunder blade. He swung the blade backwards and drew an arc. After barely dodging the blade, he flicked his finger and the spring thunder turned around and left the battlefield. Almost instantly, Su Fengnian's body leaned back and dodged the second blade. Little Tuoba also dodged the spring thunder that was behind him. He took a few steps forward and the third blade was raised. Su Fengnian's body returned to a standing position. He flicked his finger and the spring thunder continued to spin around. The scabbard and the blade clashed together. The young man in the fox fur coat laughed evilly. He held the blade with one hand and changed it to 2. His strength increased explosively. He was used to seeing experts fight since he was young. Naturally, he had the ability to see things from a strategic perspective. He wanted to cut off this weird blade's chi pattern so that this fellow couldn't continue to act mysterious. Just when he was confident that he could cut off the chi pattern, Su Fengnian moved forward. He didn't care about the spring thunder blade. He passed by him and pushed his palm towards the young man's forehead. The young man in the fox fur coat didn't fight according to common sense. His hands didn't change the trajectory of the blade nor did he reduce his strength. Instead of dodging, he swung his head forward. Su Fengnian's face was expressionless. He didn't touch the young man's forehead with his palm. Instead, he touched the young man's face. He raised his wrist and held the young man's chin. His arm and sleeve were filled with qi. He suddenly pushed his arm and sleeve upwards. The young man who was still holding the blade with both hands fell down. Su Fengnian raised his leg and kicked towards the young man's chest. The young man in the fox fur coat shrunk his chest and removed most of the force. He still slid far away after landing on the ground. The blade in his hands cut a crack on the ground. Chapter 479. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He lifted his sleeve and wiped it away. Little Tuoba grinned coldly. Just now, he wanted to take the full force of the kick and deliver a heavy blow to his opponent. But after years of training by his father, he was keenly aware that if he really did that, both sides would suffer. Damn it, even if one leg was broken, he would have to pay an unbearable price of breaking his chest. He had no choice but to put away his saber and point it at the damn guy's crotch. If he dared to ignore the consequences, he would cut off his family jewels. He made the right bet, but he still suffered a great loss. It was equivalent to taking a kick for nothing. His qi and blood were surging, which he had not enjoyed for a long time. With the brocade-robed servant on the side, the young machete man who did not draw his saber did not chase after him. Little Tuoba spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. He asked, "You are so fearless. Could it be that you have entered the first class?" Su Fengnian held the spring thunder that was not as satisfying as before. He had no time to care about the wonderful expressions of Cha, and the hundreds of cavalrymen. At the critical moment of life and death, he had to deal with both the young villain and the old man in brocade-robed. He could not take the time to enjoy the surprise and awe in other people's eyes. As for the life and death of the herdsman, he had to survive first before he had the right to think about it. Little Tuoba's manner changed completely. He no longer smiled. "I don't want to play with you anymore." Su Fengnian gave him one back this time. The young man in the fox fur hat did not get angry. He calmed down and changed the saber in his right hand to his left hand. After drawing his saber, there was still a good sword hanging on the right side of his waist. As a right-handed person, he was obviously ready to draw his sword at any time. Restraining his frivolity, the young man really brought a lot of surprise to Su Fengnian. After fighting seriously, the saber in his left hand was better than in his right hand. The strong wind penetrated the blade. After a few flicks, the wind brought up sand and stones, which almost pierced the mirage and reached the skin. Su Fengnian frowned and had to loosen part of his qi. He used the spring thunder as a sword. The sword aura rolled on the dragon wall. This move was secretly learned by the chess and sword music school and became a famous move. It was magnificent. Su Fengnian's body was like a fish. Although the spring thunder was out of his hand, he still controlled it. Su Fengnian's body avoided the sharp edge of the young man's saber, but the sword aura kept on increasing. It was the same move of Su Fengnian. Every time it passed, the sword aura grew bigger and bigger. It was like a snowball rolling. After 10 rounds of sword aura rolling on the dragon wall, Tao Qianji was crushed. At this moment, the young man's sword was rolling on the dragon wall countless times. Although the young man showed signs of defeat, he was always separated by a layer of window paper. Just when little Tuoba thought that he had grasped the trick, the swimming fish style that Su Fengnian learned from the herd of wild bulls no longer retreated. Instead, he slid in front of little Tuoba. He flicked away the spring thunder with one finger and grabbed the back of the saber with his left hand. When he was about to make a move, he could clearly see that the young man who was less than 20 years old was shocked. However, Su Fengnian did not beat him when he was down. Instead, he retreated without hesitation. As expected, little Tuoba, who was as good at acting as he was in martial arts, finally pulled out the famous Beimang sword and drew a ruthless crescent moon on Su Fengnian's chest. Su Fengnian exhaled quietly. His body gently touched the ground and floated backward. The ground suddenly exploded. It was really like a sudden clap of thunder rising from the ground. A giant python with a colorful crown on its head rushed out of the ground and bit at Su Fengnian's right foot that had landed on the ground. The old man in the brocade robe did not make a move. It was actually this beast that had sneaked out of the ground that launched the sneak attack. Su Fengnian did not follow his instinct to jump up and expose the flaws of the young man in the fox fur coat and the retainer in the brocade robe. Instead, he stomped down on the giant python's mouth that was full of sharp teeth. The sharp teeth cut through the mirage and slid down 2 bloody grooves on both sides of Su Fengnian's calf. At the same time, Su Fengnian took advantage of the opportunity to stomp the head back into the ground. Su Fengnian succeeded in stomping down, suppressing the intense pain and numbness on his calf. However, when he looked at the old man in the brocade robe who had taken a step forward and then retreated, his red phoenix eyes narrowed. Finally, he did not conceal his killing intent. He knew who this sinister old man was. He was the colorful python brocade sleeve man, ranked 7th among the 10 great devils of Beimang. This person was abandoned in the wilderness when he was young and no one knew what he was raised by. It was unknown whether he was gifted or not, but he could understand the language of beasts since he was young. When he left the mountain when he was young, he became famous for rearing rare birds and strange beasts. However, when he was in his prime, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to steal a young Qilin from the forbidden area of the Daoist sect. His spine was shattered by the state preceptor of Beimang's finger, causing him to lose all his skills. However, he was still able to make a comeback and enter the Vajra realm. In terms of martial arts prospects, it was impossible for him to advance to the mysterious finger realm. However, because he reared so many ferocious beasts, he almost did not need to personally fight against his enemies. It was impossible for his enemies to guard against him when he controlled the ferocious beasts. This was especially so when a female python with a colorful crown on her head was about to transform into a dragon. For some reason, she died before she could soar into the clouds. He cut open her abdomen and dug out her 3 eggs. The 3 young pythons were fed countless elixirs and hundreds of kinds of flesh and blood. After 20 years of unnatural maturation, their bodies were only slightly smaller than the adult female pythons. The old man in the brocade robe laughed softly and said, "The outcome has been decided." Little Tuoba glanced at Su Fengnian's calf that was bitten by the colorful python's teeth. He slowly sheathed his famed sword that could cut off hair and became cynical again. He said with regret, "What a pity. Even if a Vajra realm expert was bitten, he might be able to survive, but he would quickly become a puppet that could not move within a few hours. It seems like your luck is not too good. You still have to be buried in the sand, skinned, and poured water on your head. Fortunately, your whole body is paralyzed and you don't know the pain of being poured mercury on your head." Su Fengnian asked, "Since this old bastard is the colorful python brocade master, then you must be the youngest son of Tuoba, right?" Little Tuoba waved his mang saber and nodded. "Tuoba Chunsun." Su Fengnian replied indifferently again and continued, "Spring bamboo shoots? They are not as delicious as winter bamboo shoots." Tuoba Chunsun held his stomach and laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. He quite liked this kind of unfunny joke. When he heard it before he killed someone, it was just like when he had lost his appetite and came across a plate of good food that looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was the best way to eat. However, in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 480. The rainbow-crowned python was a rare and ferocious creature. Not only was its skin invulnerable to weapons, it also had the strength of a dragon and elephant. Who knew how many martial artists had died under its coiling body? However, Su Fengnian didn't know that the rainbow python's sharp teeth were so venomous that even a Vajra physique would lose consciousness. There were pros and cons to each step. At this moment, little Tuoba and the demon in brocade sleeves were confident in their victory. Su Fengnian, who had been concealing his qi activity all this time, didn't hesitate to open the golden chamber and charge straight towards the demon in brocade sleeves. He looked like he was going to destroy both jade and common stone. Little Tuoba was unperturbed and didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. On the other hand, the demon in brocade sleeves' pupils contracted. The soil beneath his feet exploded and the rainbow python broke out of the ground once again. The demon in brocade sleeves stood tall on the head of the rainbow python that was as large as a millstone. Looking down from above, the demon in brocade sleeves' chi activity boiled all over his body as he prepared to use the rainbow python's strength to block the final blow from this descendant of the Southern Dynasty. After taking 5 steps, Su Fengnian suddenly stopped and staggered. The demon in brocade sleeves relaxed and sneered. The rainbow python had swallowed countless poisons, and the miasma it spat out could make an ordinary person faint and die. Even if you were a Vajra realm expert, if you were cut by its sharp teeth and the poison seeped into your meridians, the more you circulated your chi activity, the deeper the poison would go into your acupoints and bones. Su Fengnian only paused for a moment, which should have been an obvious sign of exhaustion. The old man in brocade robes relaxed a little at the same time. Little Tuoba, who had superb acting skills, shouted a warning for no reason. The colorful python embroidered sleeve saw the man with the saber slide to the front of the colorful python in the blink of an eye like a fish. Taking advantage of the blind spot under the colorful python head-raising lamp, he made an unknown turn and then disappeared without a trace. The devil, who was not good at hand-to-hand combat, knew that the situation was not good. Su Fengnian, who had been twisting and turning in the narrow space among the herd of wild oxen, appeared behind the devil in brocade robes out of thin air and was about to slap the old bastard's back with his palm. This steel-crushing style was taken from a secret manual in the Tide-Listening Pavilion's martial library. It had the aura of subduing dragons and tigers. When he practiced the saber on Mount Wudang, the secret manuals and ancient manuals he brought to the mountain were mostly sword and saber moves. Later, when he rushed to Beimang, because he needed to cultivate his will, he made a last-minute effort to learn from others' strong points. He no longer restricted himself to sabers and swords, picking up some of the best moves from the 18 types of martial arts. With this steel-crushing hand, no matter how thick and heavy the steel was, it would be shattered inch by inch. After Su Fengnian landed firmly on the ground, he grinned sinisterly. He wasn't flustered and exasperated. He was just a little regretful that he wasn't able to strike to his heart's content. He didn't look at the old devil who had almost smashed the python's head off. Instead, he looked at the man who was as strong as a lion and tiger. Using the great yellow quartz ability to perceive the heaven and earth, he didn't detect the man's concealment beforehand. He could only do the same thing as when he pressed his hand on Tuoba Chunsan's forehead and give up a great opportunity to inflict serious injuries. If it was a one-on-one battle, Su Fengnian was completely confident that he could win by slowly exhausting Xie Ling. But now, Tuoba and the other two were cooperating skillfully and formed a triangle with each other. He felt a little bit trapped in a death situation. Although the colorful python-embroidered sleeve master who was at the Vajra realm wasn't seriously injured, he was still frightened and broke out in cold sweat. He turned around and said sternly, "Brat, you deserve to be hacked to death." Seeing that this valiant retainer who was far stronger than the old servant in embroidered robes had arrived in time, Tuoba Chunsan was relieved. He held his broadsword and clapped his hands leisurely as he praised, "Not bad, not bad. Your acting and killing skills are first-rate. Just now, you were able to make me draw my sword in a one-on-two battle. I'm sure you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Why don't you take them all out?" Su Fengnian sneered, "If you want to pretend to be a big shot, you should at least beat me down first. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to waste your saliva here?" Interesting. Tuoba Chunsan didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and explained patiently, "Originally, I don't like to talk nonsense when I kill people. However, be it spring bamboo shoots or winter bamboo shoots, since there's a plate of delicious food in front of me, it's normal for a customer to praise the color, aroma, and taste before eating. This is also human nature. I'll say this first. When you're stuffed into the sand and scalped, I'll definitely talk more nonsense. If my saliva and mercury accidentally drips onto your head, please don't mind it. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, since there's an expert embroidered sleeve master who can't even defeat a finger of Qilin's spiritual master, may I ask who this big brother who is serving as a dog for the spring bamboo shoots is? The burly man narrowed his eyes and gave a concise reply, Duan Bo Hui. I'll tear off your limbs later. Su Fengnian only stretched out a hand with his palm facing up. Tuoba Chunsun twisted his neck and walked slowly toward Su Fengnian. He said with a smile, let me do it. It's not easy to find such an excellent saber dummy like you. I want to play with you slowly. Tuoba Chunsun then waved his hand and ordered the horsemen who were as dumb as ants, Xiucha, don't bother about these herdsmen. Go and open up the hunting circle. Guard the 4 directions in the north, south, east, and west. 25 horsemen will form a team. If this young master is lucky enough to escape from the circle, it doesn't matter if you use your warhorses to ram him or use your lives to fill the gap. Xiucha was really afraid that young Master Tuoba would ask him to lead the horsemen to engage in a suicidal battle. Since it was just a hunting trip, it wasn't a difficult task. Immediately, he led 100 horsemen and wandered 200 paces away. Tuoba Chunsun, the devil in embroidered robe, and Duan Bo all returned. They formed a tripartite formation and helped each other. They imperceptibly trapped this fish in the net and reduced the space for him to act. Tuoba Chunsun, who had the advantage of time and place, began to run faster. He dragged his saber with both hands and rushed toward Su Fengnian. The saber was constantly surrounded by purple threads, vaguely showing the demeanor of a grandmaster. Chapter 481. Tuoba Chunsun's bladesmanship was simple and plain. His bladesmanship was straightforward and there were few fancy techniques. The rhythm was clear and distinct. Obviously, it was born from the killing of battle formations. The treachery of this Beimang's heaven-titled aristocratic family's son lay in the fact that he was able to switch between one hand and both hands rapidly. Only when there was no fixed pattern or unsheathed sword would people be afraid of him. This was similar to Su Fengnian's sheathed spring thunder at his waist. However, Tuoba Chunsun's advantage was that he had the demon in brocade robe and Duan Bo backing him up. As long as he was not killed in one strike, he could focus on his bladesmanship without any scruples. On the other hand, Tuoba Chunsun's physique was almost unparalleled in the world. Tuoba Chunsun was in high spirits as he fought to his heart's content. His bladesmanship became more and more ferocious. It was obvious that he was using battle to nurture battle. All the elite soldiers in the world were trained this way. On the path of martial arts, there were countless people who took this path. However, ordinary martial artists did not have a terrifying family background like Tuoba Chunsun's. Once they failed miserably, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Regardless of how bloody and cruel Tuoba Chunsun's methods were, the temperament he had tempered was in line with the martial arts of the pinnacle. Su Fengnian kept his blade sheathed but did not show any signs of pulling it out. He only swung his hands and fought barehanded with Tuoba Chunsun and his bladesmanship. Several times, he was able to seize an inch of advantage. He imitated Miss Hehe and used his hand as a blade. One time, he succeeded. Just as he was about to blast this Beimang general's chi to pieces with stacked thunder, he was suddenly knocked away by the colorful python. This time, he was quick-witted. His left hand cleverly moved the spring thunder at his waist. The short blade circled around his body and bounced to the side of Tuoba Chunsun's waist. Then, he was slapped on the face by Tuoba Chunsun, sending Tuoba Chunsun flying. Just as he was about to give chase and beat him while he was down, he was entangled by Duan Bo, who was proficient in close combat, allowing Tuoba Chunsun to recover his momentum. Tuoba Chunsun looked at the young man who was not at a disadvantage in close combat with Duan Bo. He took a deep breath and stabilized his breathing. He smiled and said, "Fun, fun, fun." Duan Bo-er was ranked 6th among the top 10 of Beimang's Devil Dao. He was different from the colorful python-embroidered sleeve man who relied on external forces and the female zither player who used music to bewitch him. He relied on his own vigorous combat strength and was known as the dragon spine and bare shoulders. He was the #1 expert in close combat in the prairie. He had broken countless experts who were at the level of a nation. He fought in close combat with great force and strength. His fist aura was like a thunderclap as he dodged and shifted. His moves were not inferior to Su Fengnian's swimming fish style. If it wasn't for the fact that Tuoba Chunsun had a weapon to distance himself from such a troublesome person, it would be impossible to deal with him. Tuoba Chunsun quietly adjusted his breathing and was not in a hurry to enter the battlefield to practice his saber. He was curious why this young man with a saber would rather engage in close combat with Duan Bo-er than draw his saber. With this person's mystical ability to control the saber away from his hand and the boundless sword aura that was like a surging river, it would be easier for him to draw his saber. When Tuoba Chunsun saw this fellow and Duan Bo-er punching each other's chests and taking a few steps back, he confirmed that this person was indeed in the Vajra realm. He let out a mouthful of turbid air and waved his saber. He laughed heartily and said, "Although I don't know how your Vajra realm can suppress the python's poison temporarily, I don't believe that you can exhaust the three of us by taking turns." Although Duan Bo-er was forced back by a punch, his expression remained normal. He was a little surprised by this young man's inner strength and patience. He silently withdrew from the battlefield and left it for the young master to practice his saber. Su Fengnian stretched out his thumb and wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Tuoba Chunsun was using him to practice his saber, but wasn't he also using these three people to temper his physique and chi dynamic? Back then, Li Chungang had 300 to 400 sleeves of green snakes, so how could he be beaten up for nothing? Su Fengnian didn't dare to say that he was invincible, but if he were to say that he would exhaust his great yellow court cultivation and stamina that had stepped into the Vajra realm in a short amount of time, it would be a fantasy story. Although Su Fengnian was in a sorry state, he still cherished this opportunity. He was happy to let Tuoba Chunsun slowly play with him. However, his mouth didn't show any mercy. He laughed and said, "Fun? Back then, I told your mother the same thing. When you have a wife in the future, I'll tell her the same thing." The devil in brocade robe opened his mouth slightly and was stunned by what he said. He was really reckless. Didn't he know that the young master's mother was the woman of the #1 person in Beimang? Duan Bo-er let out a sigh and was a little impressed by this young man's guts. He could still be so stubborn even when he was on the brink of death. Tuoba Chunsun had an indifferent expression as he walked into the battlefield with his saber. However, his right hand was on the hilt of his sword as he said slowly, "Since you want to die, I'll satisfy you. Let me ask you one last question. Why is your Vajra realm different from my 2 retainers?" Su Fengnian responded with a sneer and raised his hand to shake Kunlun. Tuoba Chunsun was ignored by this fellow time and time again. He was at a disadvantage and twitched his mouth. The old man in brocade robe and Duan Bo-er raised their voices at the same time. They knew that the young master's good temper was gone and that he was about to start the massacre. A colorful python leaped out of the ground 10 steps in front of Su Fengnian and pounced toward him. Behind him, a huge python with a huge body that created a ditch in the grassland slid toward his back. Su Fengnian didn't care about the colorful python's sneak attack. He raised his hands and pressed them down. Kunlun could be shaken, so why would he be afraid of an evil creature that wasn't even a dragon yet? The colorful python that was pouncing toward him was twisted by his hands and slammed into it with his shoulder. When it landed on the ground, it created a huge pit. The colorful python shook its head and was severely injured. Behind him, layers of rivers were broken. 5 to 6 blood grooves appeared on the colorful python's body that was 30 feet long. It bounced into the air and struggled to its heart's content. When it landed on the ground, it was on the verge of death. The old devil in brocade robe's eyes were cold. The attacks of his two beloved colorful pythons were blocked as expected. Seeing that Duan Boer had closed in on him in an instant, the old devil sneered in his heart. Su Fengnian's single breath shook Kunlun and River Severing 6, and this was already his limit. After being punched in the chest by Duan Boer, the qi leaked out and formed a mirage. It was originally floating and swaying, and could not be said to be invulnerable. However, it was also broken by this brawny man who was ranked 6th among the Devil Path in terms of martial prowess. Due to the fist aura, not only did Su Fengnian's hair not flutter backward, it was pulled forward in reverse. After being smashed by the fist aura, his feet could no longer take root, and his body floated backward. Tuoba Chunsun, who had been running all the way, pulled out his sword for the second time. Strands of purple qi appeared on the blade's edge, and in an instant, it was as thick as a finger. The sword qi was a level stronger than before, and the blade slashed out an oblique cross in the air. Su Fengnian raised his arms to block. His sleeves were cut open and fresh blood flowed out. Tuoba Chunsun didn't show mercy after gaining the upper hand. With the blade and sword in his hand, he was dazzling like a bouquet of flowers. When the two finally stood in the flying dust, Tuoba Chunsun knocked his blade and sword against each other, shaking off a few drops of scarlet blood. Su Fengnian's hair was disheveled. He had a purple mark between his eyebrows as if he had opened the heavenly eye. He reached out and grabbed a strand of hair that had been cut off along with his headscarf in the air. He tied it into a knot and tied it into a headscarf. Chapter 482. Regardless of Tuoba Chunsun's family background or his outstanding talent, he always had the conceit of wanting the world to revolve around him. He was used to seeing people bow down to him, but when he saw this scholar of the Southern dynasty silently tying his hair, he still couldn't suppress his fear and a burst of unprecedented jealousy. Although Tuoba Chunsun had an extreme personality that was tyrannical and bloodthirsty, his brain wasn't bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Chu Cha hunt in the periphery even though he had the upper hand. He was afraid that this fish would slip through the net and escape. At this moment, as he gritted his teeth, he took 2 steps back and gently put his sword and saber back into the sheath. He said coldly, "Duanbua Erwi, you must make this kid draw his saber." The demon in brocade robe knew that once Duanbua Erwi, who was good at close combat, went all out, there would be nothing for him to do. He walked to a colorful python pet and squatted down. He took out a porcelain bottle that contained several kinds of rare venomous insects and poured them all into the mouth of the giant python that was severely injured by Duanbua Erwi. He then turned to look at the youth with the saber. It had been a long time since he had seen someone with such hatred. Moreover, this fellow was so young. He was like an old man in his 60s lying on the bed who envied those vigorous young men. He couldn't bear to see the young geniuses who were far ahead in the martial Dao. This time, under his intentional or unintentional guidance, he had harmed a few young experts who should have had boundless prospects. Other than dying under Tuoba Chunsun's hands, some became food in the colorful python's stomachs. There were also some whose limbs were torn apart by Duanbua Erwi's brute strength. None of them were spared. Today, this unfortunate youth who had become a hunting target would have an even more miserable ending. Since Duanbua Erwi was known as the dragon spine and bare arms, his limbs, knees, and shoulders were all lethal weapons. Now that he had received the young master's order, he no longer concealed himself. This burly man originally had a leopard's head and round eyes. After he revealed his ferocious appearance, experts would know that his killing intent had been aroused. His hair was the tip of his blood, and his fingers were the tip of his tendons, which could cut iron like mud. Duanbua Erwi's blood circulation and qi circulation had reached their peak. The domineering aura of a Vajra realm martial artist was on full display. Qi flowed from his tendons to his limbs. Every time he took a step, the grass would sink. His punches had no pattern. Su Fengnian's Fata Morgana, which he had constructed using the yellow quart, was like a bronze mirror that had been smashed by an iron hammer. Although it rose layer by layer like tidewater, it was still shattered layer by layer. His arms were already injured by Tuoba Chunsan's saber and sword. As he blocked the attack, his long robe was dyed red with blood. Duan Bo-er turned around with a sinister smile and shouted angrily. His fist moved in a straight line, rudely breaking up the young saberman's skillful hand, and then he took a big step forward and rammed his shoulder into the saberman. Su Fengnian pressed both of his hands on his shoulders. For tails to 1000 Jin, but he also diverted the force and did not lose the momentum. One person charged forward, the other slid backward. Dust rose from all directions. With every step Duan Bo-er took, the ground trembled. Looking at the cold face in front of him, he used his shoulder to push his elbow, and his elbow to push his hand. The strength of the dragon and tiger penetrated his muscles and bones like iron hooks. He punched his chest, and his internal energy poured out. With a bang, the young man was blown away by the punch. His body did not fall back in a straight line, but after his feet left the ground, he slid in a full half-arc in the air before landing on the ground. His feet were like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, indescribably elegant. However, Duan Bo-er was proficient in martial arts and killing. How could he give the young man a chance to catch his breath and climb up the tower? Taking advantage of the slight stagnation caused by the force of the arc, he calculated the right place to land and rushed forward like a wild horse galloping through a ditch. When he got close, his feet sank into the mud. His majestic body twisted like a fully drawn bow, and then he swept out a whip kick. A series of vicious movements were completed in an instant. Since the young saberman could not reach the peak of Mount Kunlun, he might as well sink his chi into his dantian and reach the yellow springs. He did not escape or evade. His feet planted firmly on the ground, and he used an incomplete Kunlun shaking style to forcefully resist this kick. This time, when they made contact, the chi of both sides were like firecrackers, and their momentum was as strong as thunder. Duan Bo-er turned back his whip kick, and his body spun in midair. The second whip kick was aimed at the young man's head. Tuoba Chunsan, who had been sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight, clicked his tongue and laughed sarcastically. It really hurts. It hurts just by looking at it. The young man who was about to be whipped to death was expressionless. His body leaned backward and fell to the ground. He slapped his palm, and his body spun rapidly like a spinning top. Duan Bo-er, whose whip kick missed, could retract freely. He retracted his whip kick, and took a step forward like a plow. Then he kicked the young man's waist. After the kick hit, he did not pursue the young man. Tuoba Chunsan and the old man in brocade frowned but did not say anything. Duan Bo-er, who had stopped moving, had blood flowing out of his leg. It seemed like his calf had been pierced by something. He reached out to touch his neck, and it was also dripping with blood. If he had not been startled and sensed that something was wrong, with Duan Bo-er's strength, that kick would have been enough to break the young man's waist and spine. Chapter 483. Su Fengnian, who had slid sideways, slowly stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect that he would not be able to inflict a fatal wound on the demon. The sparkling and translucent swan eye was suspended in front of him while the slender ame was hanging at the front of Duan Bo-er's neck when he was in a kicking posture. At this moment, the realm of sword control was not enough to surpass the speed of the blade. Other than having a large stance, there were no substantial benefits. However, it was more than enough to kill the guard at the Duck Head Green Inn. Unfortunately, Duan Bo-er's 5 senses were sharp and he managed to dodge the flying ame. However, his calf was hit. With his Vajra physique, Swan Ni's sword pierced through his calf and it was not a big deal. As for the distraction of controlling the sword, Su Fengnian, who had suffered a powerful kick, was heavily injured. Duan Bo-er touched the blood groove on his neck with his finger and sneered, "What a sinister method." The demon in brocade robe's face was gloomy. He had roughly guessed the truth. He thought that the word sinister was not enough to describe this young man's ability to prick people's wrists. He turned to look at his young master who no longer had a smile on his face. He rejoiced in his misfortune. The more the little fellow who had yet to draw his blade showed off his martial prowess, the more miserable his death would be. His young master's physique was single-handedly forged by Tuoba. His young master also lived up to the expectations of the Beimang army god. He looked around Beimang and his line of sight was fixed on the 18 people on the list. Following this, he could be considered to have no one in his eyes. This time, he had suffered a setback in Dragon Waste Prefecture. With second young master Tuoba's vengeful personality, how could he not bear this grudge? Su Fengnian spat out turbid air and blood clots. He nodded and smiled, sinister is sinister. However, two masters who are sitting steadily in the Vajra realm and a descendant of a prestigious family who is only one step away from the Vajra realm. The three of them ganged up on him and killed him. It was very honorable. Duanhua Air remained unmoved. All the bones in his body creaked. Tuoba Chunsun, whose eyes were burning, said, "Where did you get the sword control technique from? Tell me before you die, and I'll give you a quick death." Su Fengnian did not pay any attention to him at all. He just adjusted his breathing and recited the incantation. He meditated and nourished his Tao foundation, nourishing his qi, nourishing his spirit. The primordial yang did not leave to hide its true nature. The yellow court plant had the longevity lotus. 10,000 taels of gold would not be given to anyone. The beauty of the Taoism's great yellow court was not in harming others, but in nurturing longevity. What was longevity? Perhaps it was as illusory as the formless mirage, but the flow of qi was so fast that one would not know the mystery behind it unless they were in a life-or-death battle. Su Fengnian was secretly glad that he had practiced the Kai Shu style diligently. Under the destruction of the rolling dragon wall sword aura, the acupoints in his body seemed to have slowly opened up a blessed land, allowing him to freely choose the treasures. Although Su Fengnian only had 50 to 60% of the Great Yellow Courtyard, this cultivation base was really useful under the tempering of Li Chuangong's green sleeve snake sword aura. Otherwise, his body would have been badly damaged during the battle with Duanbo Air. He would not have been able to withstand a few rounds of attacks from this devil. Tuoba Chunsun asked curiously, "You've even used this sword control technique that seems to be from the Wu family's sword tomb. Other than puffing yourself up at your own cost, you haven't pulled out your blade. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Tuoba Chunsun probably knew that this cold-faced arrogant fellow would not answer. He answered his own question, "I know. You must have more than one sword control technique. How many more do you have?" 2, 3, 4. Su Fengnian laughed, "I do have a few flying swords." Tuoba Chunsun laughed as well. Duanhua Er Hui, continue. Duanhua Er Hui obeyed the order to continue the fight. The momentum of his fist did not decrease, but he paid more attention to dealing with the treacherous flying sword. To Beimang, the earth-shattering 9 swords that broke 10,000 riders 200 years ago was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all martial artists. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate the swordsmen of the Wu family. The sword tomb had been quiet for 200 years. The Jianghu of the Liang dynasty was no longer afraid of the Wu family who used all the sword moves in the world. On the contrary, it was Beimang who still remembered it in his heart. It was indeed a great irony. Duanhua Er Hui was afraid of the elusive flying sword, so he had been carefully probing. Although he was distracted, it did not mean that his punches and kicks were not fierce enough. From the beginning to the end, he still had the advantage of suppressing his opponent with brute force. The black silk knot was like a woman's love, knotted with 1,000 threads. Su Fengnian did not understand the 7th page of the Saber Manual. Now that he had to try to understand it, he naturally could not understand it. When he fought with Duanhua Er Hui, he was just trying to make a Hail Mary effort. He hung the flying sword on the nodes of the black silk not according to the Saber Manual's embryonic form and constantly used it as a trap. Tuoba Chunsun watched patiently from the side and counted the number of flying swords. Excluding the first two, there should be 4 more. He clicked his tongue and asked, Hey, there are already 6 swords. Have you emptied your treasury? Su Fengnian said calmly, seems like there's no more left. Soon after, the 7th dawn dew appeared in the sky. Even the strong-willed Duanbua Erhui, who was an ambitious and ruthless person of the demonic path, had the urge to curse. The dawn dew and the 6 flying swords formed a black silk knot. It was like a heavenly net that enveloped Duanbua Erhui, greatly limiting the power of this demon. Tuoba Chunsun sneered, give me another one if you can. As soon as Su Fengnian said, there's really no more left this time. He rewarded Duanbua Erhui with a freshly made flying sword. Duanbua Erhui was finally enraged. The flying swords left bloody wounds on this demonic path magnate's body. However, Su Fengnian was also punched and kicked several times. Every time he was hit, he would be like a kite with a broken string. When the 8th peach blossom sword appeared, Duanbua Erhui, whose eyes were bloodshot from all the killing, punched the young man's chest. He ignored the wounds on his body and rushed forward, tearing apart the net. The kite seemed to be drifting. However, intentionally or otherwise, it borrowed the momentum and quickly drifted toward Tuoba Chunsun. Duanbua Erhui shouted, Young master, be careful. The old man in the brocade robe controlled a colorful python to crash into the young swordsman who refused to give up. Tuoba Chunsun's hands swiftly grabbed the hilt of his sword and saber. Su Fengnian's body rose a few feet in the air. He stepped on the colorful python's head and suddenly pointed. Unexpectedly, he did not assassinate Tuoba Chunsun. Instead, he turned toward the demon in the brocade robe. He headed north. The spring thunder finally exploded. I have a saber. An incomparably resplendent stream of light swept across the sky. It was green with hints of purple. Li Chungang has 2 sleeves, I have 1 sleeve. 1 sleeve of azure dragon. The stream of light swept past. The old man in the brocade robe slowly lowered his head. His body was cut in half at the waist. Chapter 484. The robe was cut in half at the waist. The robe was cut in half by the sleeve blade. It was the robe of a devil path magnate that had lived for 60 years. When the light swept out, Tuoba Chunsun squinted his eyes subconsciously, just like an ordinary person looking up at the sun. When this little Tuoba, who had been living a smooth life, opened his eyes, he only saw a corpse that had been cut in half at the waist, and the damned young man who had finally pulled out his saber. He did not know when the short saber had returned to its scabbard. With both hands on the hilt, he slowly straightened his back and turned around to face Tuoba Chunsun and Duanbua Erhui. Tuoba Chunsun remained motionless like a mountain. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart. If he was the one facing that saber, he would not have been cut in half by the saber with his sword in hand, let alone killing Duanbua Erhui. This was probably the shrewdness of this young man with mixed martial arts. After he knocked him down from his horse, he knew that it would not work to capture the leader of the bandits. Therefore, he set his eyes on Jin Xiulang, who was used to riding the colorful python to fight the enemy. Duanbua Erhui, who was ruthlessly plotted against, gritted his teeth and said, Young master, this man's chest was injured by my last punch. His chi can no longer flow smoothly. He can't even ride his sword, let alone use his saber. Let me collect his corpse. Tuoba Chunsun rolled his eyes and said, It's best if you can collect his corpse. Don't collect mine when the time comes. Duanbua Erhui was furious. This time, he did not have time to flatter Tuoba Chunsun. After Su Fengnian separated from Li Chungang, he had been cultivating his will according to the sheepskin fur old man's experience in sword isolation. With the help of the divine energy brought by the purple seal golden chamber, the one-sleeve green snake evolved from the two-sleeve green snake, finally unleashed an unimaginably fierce spirit. However, it almost exhausted all of his essence, chi, and spirit. He pulled the bow to the fullest, almost breaking the bowstring. After the spring thunder returned to its scabbard, Su Fengnian could not help but tremble, especially his hands that were holding onto his blade. His body had suffered heavy injuries from the repeated battles with Duanbo air. His last punch had even caused him to bleed from his 7 orifices. It was just that he had forcefully suppressed it a moment ago, but now it was slowly flowing out. His face was covered in blood. In fact, when he first met Tuoba Chunsun and the colorful python man in silk sleeves, Su Fengnian was not afraid to fight, nor did he want to run. Tuoba Chunsun wanted to use battle to nurture battle and use him as a blade dummy. How could he not have such thoughts? However, man proposes, God disposes. With the addition of Duanbo air, he sank deep into the mud, and it was difficult to escape. It was the first time that Su Fengnian heard about old godly swordsmanly nurturing the sword will. Since the sword could only be unsheathed when it was required to kill with one strike, otherwise the sword will would be damaged. Wouldn't that make him look like a bully? Should he use this sword when facing an opponent whose realm was higher than his? If it was not suitable for him to unsheath, how was it different from learning the dragon-slaying technique when there were no dragons in the world? However, Li Chungang kept him in suspense and did not give him an answer. He only said that he knew the 5 sacred mountains before going to the mountains. Su Fengnian entered the empty realm of the canyon again. At this moment, the spring thunder no longer rumbled. Su Fengnian slowly closed his eyes. Layers upon layers of jadeite, the sword will and the saber will were all the same. Within the sheath of the small world, the spring thunder was full of vitality. The spring thunder that came out of its body scattered across the heaven and earth. It was as if it was rushing to the sea and then back again. It even went against the current and climbed up steadily. The line between life and death brought about great enlightenment. This was a clarity that could not be brought about by reading thousands of secret manuals in the martial arts library. It was like seeing the light with one's own eyes. This was the so-called lowering one's head and climbing the mountain for 60 years, only then did one know that there was a lamp on the summit of Mount Kunlun. Tuoba Chunsun did not dare to take the risk easily. A plan came to his mind. He looked at Chu Cha, who was as cheap as an ant in his eyes. He waved at the horsemen who were already scared out of their wits and said with a smile, "Go, distribute 20 sabers to the herdsmen. Tell them that if they want to live, they have to hack this young man to death. Whether they can hack him to death or not, as long as they raise their sabers, I, Tuoba Chunsun, promise to give them 1,000 taels of gold and 10,000 cows and sheep." Chu Cha's martial arts were mediocre. He only knew that the machete man was not to be trifled with. However, it was easy for him to crush a soft persimmon. He led the 20 horsemen forward and came to the herdsmen. He threw down the 20 sabers and said gloomily, "Did you hear clearly? Our Baimang god of war's young master said that as long as you raise your sabers at the thief who fled into our territory from the southern dynasty, you will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 cows and sheep. Moreover, I, the king eagle of this grassland, Chu Cha, also promise you that this lake and this pasture will be given to you. If you don't know what's good for you." Chu Cha did not dare to take the initiative. He quickly and carefully turned his head to look at Tuoba Chunsun. The latter made a gesture of cutting his throat with a saber. Chu Cha, who received the instruction, immediately changed his expression and said sternly, "It's death." Tuoba's youngest son. Hu Yenbao's heart was as dead as ashes. He saw a young herdsman moving to pick up the saber. He glared at him and said angrily, "How dare you?" Chapter 485. The herdsman only paused for a moment. When he saw his fellow tribesmen walking out of the formation, he no longer hesitated. He silently picked up the machetes with clear edges. The herdsmen's wives and children also turned their heads away, not wanting to see this scene. A Baoji rushed out of the tent and spread out his hands between the cavalry and the herdsmen with machetes. His young face was full of tears. The old chief closed his eyes and tears flowed down his face. One old and one young, 2 faces. In the moment of life and death, they were of no help. Huyen Guanyin ran to Abaoji and hugged him. He rolled to the side and avoided the furious Char. As a shady, he was the unquestionable ruler of this grassland. His ferocity soared. Even if he, an eagle, was only a chicken in the eyes of the Tuoba family, he was not someone the herdsman could go against. He pulled out a long and forged machete and slashed down viciously. Huyen Guanyin's arm was cut so deep that the bone could be seen. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and bent down. The spring thunder spun in his hand. His back was facing the herdsman with machetes. His state of mind was as calm as an ancient well. He had seen too many ugly people and was not surprised. Moreover, for the sake of the tribe and the lives of his loved ones, it was reasonable for him to raise his machete or refuse. He held the spring thunder in one hand and raised his arm with the other. Suddenly, the river behind him broke and a gully appeared. The herdsman's charging formation showed a timid commotion and stagnation. Looking from afar, they could only see dust flying. After all, it was not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. The reason why they raised their machetes was not only because they were afraid of the Tuoba family's reputation, but also because they were lucky that this young scholar had a bodhisattva's heart. However, after the grassland split, it seemed to draw a line between life and death. If they crossed it, they would also die. Thus, their lucky mentality was swept away and their courage weakened. Su Fengnian stared at Tuoba Chunsun. He stretched out his hand and smoothed out the creases on his chest that were soaked in blood. He smiled and said, "Without the colorful python man holding you back, it won't be easy to stop me again. Why don't you and I hunt each other?" Tuoba Chunsun let out a wild laugh, which made his handsome face twist a little. Pointing at Su Fengnian, he said, "There is a saying in the Central Plains that goes like this: an arrow at the end of its flight cannot pierce through the silk cloth, and an arrow at the end of its flight cannot float a goose feather. You think you can negotiate with me with your half-dead appearance? Do you feel pain in your lungs when you breathe? Do you think Duan Bo Er's punch was embroidery?" Su Fengnian said, "How many times can I ride my sword? Have you guessed it before? Similarly, since there was a first strike, why couldn't there be a second or third strike? It's not like I can't drag another one down with me. Killing Duan Bo Er, who is ranked 6th among the evil sects, doesn't seem to be as profitable as killing the youngest son of the war god." Tuoba Chunsun stretched out a finger and shook it a few times. He smiled confidently and said, "Don't try to scare me. It's useless. I grew up being beaten and scolded by this Tuoba you keep talking about. I'm not scared. I know a little about your temperament. If you can kill someone, you won't talk nonsense. Now that you are talking too much, it proves that you have exhausted all your tricks. TSK, exhausted all your tricks. That's a good saying. Since you are a descendant of the southern dynasty's Zhuoran family, you should know what I mean, right? Or should I say, you are starting to scheme in the dark again? I'll wait and see. Duan Bo Er, do it. You can have his limbs, and I'll have his head." Tuoba Chunsun narrowed his eyes and said, "I didn't know it before, but after meeting you, I realized that you know some of the famous words in the books. Nagging and nagging will make you seem more emotional when you kill someone." Su Fengnian faced Duan Bo Er and exhaled gently. A ray of golden light rushed out of his sleeve. Tuoba Chunsun giggled and said, "Child's play. Your sword-controlling killing technique is worlds apart from the sword aura of one of my father's defeated opponents, the chess and sword music school." He had a frivolous expression on his face, but his eyes were cold. This flying sword that had never shown itself in the world was far superior to the 8 flying swords that were hovering in the air in terms of sword aura and speed. It was the golden strands that had formed half of the sword embryo. Tuoba Chunsun did not draw his sword. He only competed with the golden flying sword that had a tricky trajectory. He was like a passionate man teasing a girl in love, attracting bees and butterflies. The man and the flying sword were very beautiful. Su Fengnian was already facing off against Duanbo Erwi, who was charging towards him. Duanbo Erwi became more and more courageous as the fight went on. He was incomparably valiant, and he showed no mercy in his attacks. His entire body was wrapped in ropes, and when he moved, he could destroy mountains and shake mountains. Su Fengnian did not hide his weakness. He was determined to tear off the limbs of this young man who dared to divert his attention to control the sword in front of him. Duanbo Er's posture was relaxed. He attacked like a sledgehammer and attacked like a hook. His elbows seemed to be close to his ribs. He did not pull up much, but his explosive power was extremely frightening. The burly martial artist walked in the mud like a snake. His hands twisted and turned, creating an endless cycle of mutual generation. Su Fengnian had suffered a heavy blow earlier. Now that he had to multitask and attack at the same time, Duanbo Er finally found an opening and raised his knee. When Su Fengnian's head was rebounded by a huge force, his arm swept out and his entire body was sent flying. Su Fengnian muttered softly, "Lend me 3,000 qi to chop off your head." The golden light exploded. The flying sword that had been hiding its strength all this while was instantly fueled by its master's desperate attempt to gain the upper hand. Its speed suddenly increased by a few times and it pierced towards Tuoba Chunsun's glabella. It was a close call. Tuoba Chunsun, who could not dodge in time, raised his hand to block the sword with his palm. He tilted his head and the flying sword pierced through his entire palm, leaving a bloody scar on his face. Duanbo Er, who sensed the abnormality, was greatly shocked. He no longer pursued the young man who seemed to have no end to his tricks. He rushed to his young master's side, afraid that the flying sword still had a killer move. If Tuoba Chunsun, whom the military god had high hopes for, died in dragon waste state, not to mention Duanbo Er, even the entire Beimang demon sect would not be enough to accompany him in death. Tuoba Chunsun did not look at his palm. He slapped Duanbo Er's face and said furiously like a madman, "Go and kill him." The golden wisps flew in a semicircle and disappeared into his sleeve. Su Fengnian, whose face was as pale as a sheet of paper, staggered after landing on the ground. He swallowed the blood that surged up to his throat and bent his back as he ran forward. A few cavalrymen who were blocking his path were cut down along with their horses. Duanbo Er turned around and chased after him. Tuoba Chunsun's 5 fingers formed a hook. He raised his head and roared, "If I don't kill you, my surname is not Tuoba." Chapter 486. The colorful python swam around the corpse of Jinxiu Lang, occasionally lowering its huge head to gently touch it. Tuoba Chunsun's right hand was pierced by the flying sword, so he pulled out a knife with his left hand and chopped off the python's head that was caught off guard. He then slashed the retainer in Jinxiu Lang. It was more bloody and cruel than whipping a corpse. Chu Char did not dare to ride on the horse, and even after dismounting, he did not dare to get close to this young Tuoba for fear of being angered. Tuoba Chunsun chopped the loyal retainer that died because of him into pieces and glanced sideways at Chu Char. The latter trembled and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Tuoba Chunsun sneered, "Consider yourself lucky that you are an eagle master. Chu Char, send someone to bring all the eagles and riders of your tribe out. If you fail to kill the assassin who tried to assassinate me, your tribe can be removed from the prairie." Chu Char led the horse and trotted to Tuoba Chunsun's side. He handed over the reins and asked in a low voice, "What about these herdsmen?" Tuoba Chunsun said calmly, "The prairie is a promise. Naturally, we will give you gold, cattle, and sheep." Chu Char nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said flatteringly, "Young prince is indeed the king eagle of the prairie." Tuoba Chunsun mounted the horse and sneered, "Whether they live or die after this is none of my business." Chu Char was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and lowered his head, "Young prince is wise." Tuoba Chunsun saw that there was nothing on the saddle and said expressionlessly, "Go get a strong bow and 3 quivers of arrows." Chu Char's lackey shouted. Immediately, there were horsemen who were extremely respectful and rushed over to hand over the bows and arrows. Tuoba Chunsun picked up an arrow with 2 fingers and shot a horseman at the periphery. The arrow went straight through his head and he fell off the horse. Only then did Tuoba Chunsun squint his eyes and nod. He raised his head to look at the yellow eagle that was trained by Chu Char. Once again, violence rose in his heart. If Jinxiu Lang did not die, with his ability to train eagles, how could Chu Char, who was once an eagle master, be a match? The great sparrow trained by that old servant could even catch and kill eagles. This kid was really lucky. Tuoba Chunsun suppressed his killing intent and squeezed the horse's belly. He ordered, "Tell that beast of yours to keep a close watch. Every time you lose track of him, I'll cut out one of your eyeballs." Jin Cha hurriedly mounted the horse and followed behind the young prince. He came and went in a hurry. The herdsmen of Hu Yanbao's tribe all felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. For this small and weak exiled tribe, it was like the dark clouds above their heads had not dispersed, but at least it was not immediately followed by a heavy downpour. Huyen Yanbao was already disheartened. He only asked his daughter-in-law to bandage Huyen Guanin's wounds. Inside the tent, the young girl's body was trembling from the pain, but she still had a determined look on her face. On the other hand, the child, Abaoji, was sobbing from the heartache. He squatted on the ground and buried his head in his knees, not daring to look at his sister's wound. Hu Yanbao said guiltily, "It's all our fault for harming this young bodhisattva from the southern dynasty." Huyen Guanin wanted to say something but stopped. The old man said worriedly, "The one who chased after our benefactor should be young Prince Tuoba." On the grassland, a soul-stirring hunt unfolded. After Su Fengnian broke out of the encirclement, Duanbua Air turned back and chased after him. The distance between them was gradually shortened until they were less than 300 meters apart. They could see each other clearly. The speed of their figures was not inferior to that of a warhorse. Behind Duanbua Air were Tuoba Chunsun, Shirdi, Jin Cha, and 100 riders. After casting the net, it was naturally time to reel it in. Once Su Fengnian fell into the net again, there would be no chance for him to escape. It was already shocking that he was able to kill a Vajra realm expert during the encirclement this time. Su Fengnian bent down like a leopard and did not dare to reduce his forward speed. He turned his head and took a glance at the falcon that was circling in the sky. He knew that if he slowed down his running speed, the recovery of the Great Yellow Court would naturally speed up. However, if he was entangled by Duanbua Air, he would fall into the net again. Although Tuoba Chunsun was injured by the golden strands, he still had 80 to 90% of his combat strength. On the other hand, Duanbua Air was already exhausted. It was not wrong to say that he had exhausted all his abilities. Although he did not know why his entire body was not paralyzed like what the devil in brocade robe imagined, it definitely affected his body's movements. The 8 flying swords formed green strands, the spring thunder unsheathed, the green dragon sleeve, and finally, even the golden strands of forming embryo. Duanbua Air's attacks were all solidly smashed on his body. Su Fengnian had not reached the heavenly phenomenon realm where he could borrow the heaven and earth's weather, nor was he at the earth immortal realm. If Tuoba Chunsun and Duanbua Air had given him 10 to 15 months to recuperate, he could have fought again. However, they were chasing after him urgently and wanted to eliminate him completely. Su Fengnian could only desperately breathe and heal his injuries while running forward. There was no way out. Fortunately, he had the Kai Shu-style Qi-Ji that could travel 300 miles in an instant. He was used to the stinging pain from this kind of Qi-Ji and was able to grit his teeth and endure it. Duanbua Air, who had been running madly, frowned. On one hand, he was surprised by the Qi-Ji of the Southern Dynasty's Qi-Ji. On the other hand, he was even more puzzled by the wound on his leg. When the sword pierced through, he could completely ignore it with his Vajra physique. Even if he could not recover quickly, his Qi-Ji would not be blocked like now. It could be seen that the swordsman's sword-controlling technique had not reached the peak, but the flying sword itself could be considered an immortal item. This made Duanbois even more determined to kill this young man. As for the death of the colorful python, he did not feel any sympathy. The Tuoba family was like a large temple. A large temple would have many clay bodhisattvas. With one less bodhisattva, the rest of the bodhisattvas would have more incense offerings. Moreover, Duanbois had always been dissatisfied with this old servant's ranking as one of the 10 great devils. On the contrary, he admired Xie Ling and the others more. In his eyes, the old man in the brocade robe was not a devil. He was more like a laughable entertainer raised by the rich and powerful. He only knew how to use his lewd skills to seduce others. The two of them had never seen eye to eye. Duanbois' heroic spirit overflowed. He shouted, "Boy, do you dare to fight with me for 300 rounds?" The voice came from afar. "Call your wife or daughter over." Duanbois listened to the voice and discerned the Qi-Ji. This person's Qi-Ji seemed to be more vigorous than he had imagined. However, after suffering a great loss, he knew that this fellow's acting skills had reached perfection compared to his young master's. He would not be fooled so easily. Su Fengnian looked at the yellow eagle above his head again. After the time it took to burn an incense stick, Duanbois was shocked to find that the distance between them had narrowed to 800 feet. However, the cavalry behind him, who had been galloping in a straight line according to the falcon's instructions, had caught up. Could it be that this fellow had no sense of direction and had taken a slightly unnecessary but fatal arc? However, it was a good thing to be able to close the distance and meet up with his young master. Duanbois did not think too much about it. Tuoba Chunsun took the lead and rode side by side with Duanbois about 10 feet away. The distance between them and the dying swordsman of the southern dynasty was shrinking. Duanbois said in a low voice, "Young master, be careful of that person's flying sword." Tuoba Chunsun did not say anything. He picked up a well-made black crow feather arrow from the quiver on his back. 200 steps. Tuoba Chunsun began to draw his bow. At 120 steps, just as Tuoba Chunsun was about to shoot, the distance suddenly increased to 150 steps. Then, he kept pacing back and forth between 130 and 40 steps. Tuoba Chunsun was not in a hurry. Normally, with the guy's speed, unless it was the best warhorse, it would be impossible to catch up with him. He might as well abandon his horse and chase after him. However, since he was seriously injured, it was a different matter. He was more than happy to play with this Southern Dynasty scholar slowly to death. When the time came, he would take his head and hang it in front of his family's gate. Finally, the distance between them shortened to 120 steps. Tuoba Chunsun drew his bow and shot. An arrow pierced through the air. Tuoba Chunsun took out his quiver and picked up arrows at an astonishing speed. Although there was a sequence of arrows, they all hit the man's back at the same time. It was obvious that each arrow was faster than the previous one. This was a kind of continuous arrow technique. Su Fengnian did not want to waste any of the qi in his body. He rolled forward and dodged 2 arrows. He waved his sleeve and was about to grab the last one. Tuoba Chunsun stood on the back of his horse and drew his bow to the fullest. He shot the arrow that he had been preparing for a long time. It went straight for Su Fengnian's glabella. Su Fengnian bent his finger and flicked away the previous arrow. He leaned his head back and kept his body close to the ground. He held the arrow with both hands and did a nimble roll. He used the huge force of the arrow to continue running forward. He broke the arrow in the process and suddenly raised his qi. A small part of the arrowhead was thrown into the sky. It pierced through the body of the falcon that was flying at a low altitude. Duanbois, who was still running, was dumbfounded. Tuoba Chunsun stood on the back of his horse and clenched his fist. One of his hands was dripping with blood. Su Fengnian laughed loudly. His body suddenly accelerated and the distance between them instantly increased to 100 feet. What's the use of treating you as 3 Vajra realm martial artists? If a heavenly phenomenon realm martial artist doesn't come, I won't be able to die here. I have something to do. This is the only chapter for tonight. It will explode tomorrow. By the way, I will ask for a red note. Chapter 487. Tuoba Chunsun was different from his sickly elder brother who had been dealing with medicine all year round. Tuoba Chunsun was born with divine strength. The Tuoba clan revered martial arts and valued strength. Almost all the youths in the clan had joined the army. They had high hopes for this young master who was about to step into the Vajra realm before the age of 18. This trip was also because the Baimang military god wanted Tuoba Chunsun to break through the window paper by himself. With Tuoba Chunsun's stamina, his equestrian archery skills were quite outstanding. He could shoot arrows continuously for 200 steps without any deviation in his aim. However, he had weighed the remaining strength of the Southern Dynasty's rich son. Within 100 steps, it could be fatal, but within 120 steps, it could be fatal. He did not want this guy to die so easily, so he had always wanted to shoot his back at around 120 steps. It would be best if he shot his hands and feet. Every autumn hunt of the palace, Tuoba Chunsun would go hunting with the army. When he encountered large prey, he would leisurely stay at the edge of the shooting range and shoot. This was the wisdom that had been honed when his father threw him into the ice field to fight with a white bear. At that time, his only weapons were a bow, a dagger, and a quiver of arrows. This time, Duanhua heir was not shocked by this boy's archery skills, but he was shocked by this young man's shrewdness. Even when he was in a life-or-death situation, he still did not forget to carefully weigh the pros and cons. The group of people followed closely behind. If they disappeared from sight, they would have to rely on the yellow eagles to keep an eye on them from the sky, providing them with information. They would constantly shrink the distance between the two parties as a smokescreen. Finally, when the yellow eagles swooped down to lower their altitude, they would dodge the arrows and use the arrows to kill them. Everything was done in one go. It was as if after borrowing the chi to control the sword to injure the enemy, they had also sprinkled salt on the young master's wound. When experts exchanged blows, the outcome of the battle was often a hair's breadth away. With the yellow eagle hovering in the air, their victory was assured. Even if they were lucky enough to escape from their field of vision, as long as the general direction was correct, they were not afraid that this person would slip through the net. If they chased him all the way, they would not give him time to catch his breath and heal his injuries. Duanbo heir revealed a sinister smile. Since you can still kill an eagle to demonstrate your strength, I'll give you the straw that breaks the camel's back. His coarse face was dyed a sickly crimson red. His eyes were pitch black, and his irises gradually faded until his pupils could no longer be seen. Even the cavalry, including Sidi Chichapa, sensed the strangeness of the squire, and their horses became restless. Duanbo heir suddenly stopped his steps and made a gesture of throwing a spear. The 100 cavalrymen who were desperately riding their horses were baffled. The young prince's retainer did not have any weapons in his hands. Was he trying to take the machete man as a bird that would be frightened by the twang of a bow? As a city from the grassland, Chu Char was experienced and knowledgeable. She stole a glance at Tuoba Chunsun who was standing on the back of the horse. Tuoba Chunsun was indeed the son of the god of war. His servants were so powerful that any one of them could flatten a small tribe by themselves. Lightning Spear. This time, Duanbo heir had used his chi and blood to forcefully raise his realm, stepping into the spirit void false realm. He bent his arm as if he was raising a spear and stepped on a series of pleasing intersecting steps. When he threw the spear, his left leg made a subtle but decisive step, driving his forearm forward in a whipping motion. There was an ear-piercing whoosh as a spear invisible to the naked eye pierced through the air. Wherever the spear passed, there would be ripples caused by the vacuum. It was like a comet sweeping past, arcing toward Su Fengnian's back. Duan Bo-er was born in the Chang tribe and had been good at using featherless javelins since ancient times. The javelins were slender and sharp, and those with great strength could pierce through several armors. He had participated in hunting since childhood and was known for his spear-throwing skills. When he was young, he met the great grandmaster spear Immortal Wang Xiu, who was at the peak of martial arts. He was taught the profound meaning of the spear and eventually created the lightning spear divine ability. 8 years ago, he fought with a famous demon from the devil path and killed him with 2 spears. Duan Bo-er did not dare to use this kind of spear technique that consumed a lot of qi and blood. Moreover, it had the advantage of catching Su Fengnian off guard and attacking from a distance. It could be seen how much importance Duan Bo-er had placed on Su Fengnian. After Su Fengnian clearly knew the identities of Tuoba Chunsun and the others, especially when he started to flee, he had been waiting for Duan Bo-er to use his famous technique. The lightning spear that was known as the 3 spears splitting mountains had finally arrived. Along the way, the scattered great yellow courtyard, other than the broken arrows used to kill the yellow eagle, were all prepared to block this spear. There was no need to think about dodging. The lightning spear that was thrown out was guided by Duan Bo-er's qi from afar. It was not like an arrow that had a fixed target. This was similar to the superior sword controlling technique. The mark between Su Fengnian's brows had already turned purplish black. He did not care if he was in the state of terminal lucidity. He stopped and turned around. Both of his hands twisted the spring lightning and his body flew backward. The spring lightning once again formed a huge mirror of qi wall in the valley. The conflict between the two was decided in this one move. Duan Bo-er was undoubtedly still a powerful crossbow. Su Fengnian's strength had become weaker. The round mirror was shattered by the lightning spear and the spring lightning was sent flying backward. The lightning spear changed its trajectory slightly and pierced into Su Fengnian's ribs. After penetrating through, it still blasted a hole as tall as a person on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Duan Bo-er could be considered to have avenged Tuoba Chunsun for stabbing his palm with the flying sword. Jin Cha, and Bai Qi finally felt relieved. This guy was really too troublesome. This time, he should have accepted his fate and died, right? Su Fengnian's body fell heavily on the ground. He struggled to sit up, but he could not stand up anymore. He took the spring lightning beside him and sat down cross-legged, placing it across his knees. The blood that gushed out of his mouth had already turned black. If he did not wipe it off, it was destined that he would not be able to wipe it clean. Su Fengnian only stretched out his hand and rubbed his hair. His body, hair, and skin were all given to him by his parents. Chapter 488. Ever since he was a child, Li Shan had joked that he looked like a rich man from the north and the south. No wonder he was reincarnated into the Su family. His eldest sister, Su Jihu, always joked that of the 4 people in the family, he looked the most like their mother. Their facial features were the same, their eyes were the same, and even their hair was the same. She always said that she was very jealous. Su Fengnian's vision blurred. His mind flashed, and he thought of many trivial things. He thought of Su Zhao's hunched back, the 4 siblings laughing and playing, the spirit-suppressing song of Prince Liang's mansion on Mount Qingliang, the white robe that had been a heavy shadow in his heart since he was a child, the old man's sword came and went, and the bloated hill on the military parade platform by the Guangling River. Too many people and too many things flashed by. He didn't know why, but when his life came to an end, he felt sorry for his father, Su Xiao, for not being able to take over the burden of 300,000 cavalrymen from him, and for not being able to ease his shoulders. In the end, he thought of a woman's dimples. Although they grew up together, they couldn't be called childhood sweethearts. He had lived for no more than 20 years, but he had already seen all kinds of women. Perhaps it was just as the head maidservant Sweet Potato had said. He appeared to be affectionate, but was actually heartless and cold. He had cared about many women, but it seemed that he could let go of any of them. Only she, no matter whether it was the 3 years of wandering about with old Huang as a stray dog, or his travels afterwards, or this trip to northern Mang, would always think of her and feel his heart ache. If the world knew that Su Fengnian, who already had the hereditary title in his hands, was going to Beimang alone, they would definitely laugh. His Royal Highness had nothing better to do. He didn't want to be the heir, so why did he have to risk his life for something? Your father had already proven that no matter how wonderful Jianghu was, in front of the cavalrymen, he could only crawl and surrender. You can just wait for the king of Bailiang to die of old age, and wear that luxurious robe of the king of Bailiang. Why not? Even if the whole world knew that Chen Jibao was a thorn in their throat and that they would most likely lose to him, even if the Su Fengnian turned a blind eye, it would only result in the loss of military power. The king of Bailiang was still the king of Bailiang, and the white-clothed war immortal was still the white-clothed war immortal. One sat in Bailiang, and the other sat on the border. The two sides were clearly separated, and the well water did not interfere with the river water. This was already enough to make people drool. Don't be discontented, and don't overestimate your capabilities. Regardless of whether you are Royal Highness or an idiot, even if you go to the Bailiang army, no matter how many military merits you accumulate, will you be able to challenge Chen Bai, who rose from the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period? You can force soldier Saint Yi Baikue to death. How many years do you have to build a direct line of soldiers under Chen Jibao's nose? Taking a step back, Chen Jibao killed Great-Grandmaster Wang Xiu, who was once as famous as Li Chungang in Fengdu green robe and Fu Jiang in red armor. What qualifications does Su Fengnian have to compete with him on the same stage? In the entire Liang dynasty, no one thought that he could be like the king of Bailiang and control the 300,000-strong cavalry. It was funny, but this seemed to be the reason why the middle-aged man in the capital, Great Peace City, allowed the eldest son of the king of Bailiang to do whatever he wanted. In such a big dynasty that ruled the spring and autumn period, there was not a single young person who was so important to the emperor. Su Fengnian's fingers trembled as he tied his loose knot. That night, Su Xiao said, "Fengnian, if you die in Beimang, Bailiang will be handed over to Chen Jibao. The Bailiang army has changed its tune. This is nothing to me, Su Xiao. But if you die, as your father, I can only do what your mother did when she entered the palace alone. I can't take revenge." Su Fengnian joked at that time, "As a father, you are really useless. If my disappointing son dies in Beimang, you can lead the Bailiang cavalry all the way to Beimang's palace. How domineering would that be?" Su Xiao was silent for a long time. In the end, he chuckled and said, "Father also wants to and will do that. But I'm afraid that you will really die, so I said some discouraging words to deceive you. My Su family has 300,000 cavalry. No matter what, we will destroy half of Beimang's national strength. How can father do such a domineering thing better than you?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Of course I won't die if I don't have to." Just thinking about it made him sullen. Su Xiao, who never hit this son of his, slapped Su Fengnian's head. The general, who never believed in ghosts, actually spat a few times and jokingly scolded him, "Don't say such discouraging words." Then, he muttered to himself a few times, "Children's words carry no harm." Su Fengnian replied helplessly, "You're already 20 years old. What children's words carry no harm?" Su Xiao shook his head and didn't say anything else. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and put his hands on the spring thunder. He understood some things. Why did Su Xiao still like to sew shoes like an old farmer? Xianyuan Jingqing should have been like Zhang Jiulu, knowledgeable about the world. At the very least, he could have been close to Sun Ping. But he was blocked outside the door of his family of 3, on the Mount Hui of the Xianyuan surname. Even if he became a Confucian sage, he still couldn't take half a step out. The one who rode the ox eventually went down the mountain. But what was the difference between going down the mountain and going up the mountain? Old Manly wearing a sheepskin coat at 16 years old, King Kong at 19 years old, Xian Ji at 24 years old, celestial phenomenon. Why was it that after losing his arm, he was still at the gates of hell on the river, making a few smiles and a flying sword? In the end, it was all one word. Su Fengnian thought of her dimples and stood up shakily. Even if he didn't admit it, he knew that he liked her. If he didn't like her, how could he not get tired of looking at her after so many years? He just didn't know that he liked her so much. Since he liked her but couldn't say it out loud, he shouldn't die here. After Su Fengnian opened his eyes, he wiped the blood with his sleeve and shouted with a smile, "Jiang I like you." Tuoba Chunsun laughed coldly, but he couldn't laugh again. A young woman came over on a sword. Behind her, there was a Confucian in a green robe who was walking on the waves. The woman stood on a long sword, floating in the air in front of the guy who was in a dead end. She glared and said angrily, "Why did you call me shameless?" Chapter 489. It was a scene of a young man and a young woman reuniting after a long separation. The man fought against 3 Vajra realm experts by himself and even killed one of them. Even though he was defeated, it was still an honorable defeat. If this news spread out, it would be enough to shake Beimang. On the other hand, the beautiful woman wielded her sword out of thin air. When such a man and woman met in such a manner, except for a blind man, everyone would feel that it was rather spectacular and heartwarming. However, the woman's words seemed to be a little unfathomable. Chu Cha was shocked by the woman's appearance and sword control. The 100-odd cavalrymen behind him looked at each other in dismay. How were they going to fight? Duanbua Erwi didn't wait for Tuoba Chunsun to say anything. He was furious and threw out the thunder spear for the second time. It drew a sharp arc in the sky that was filled with killing intent as it fell towards Su Fengnian's head. The white-haired Confucian in green robes was calm and composed. He landed on his tiptoes and reached out a hand, gently grabbing the thunder spear that was shaking the air. He clenched his 5 fingers and broke the thunder spear into 2 with ease. It was like a child throwing a stone that was casually bounced away by a strong young man. Tuoba Chunsun's face turned gloomy. After Duanbua Erwi deflected the 2 spears, his qi and blood were surging. When he saw the gaze of his young master, he felt bitter. He took a deep breath and was ready to throw out another spear to check the situation of the old scholar. However, when this devil didn't care about his internal injuries and raised his qi activity, Tuoba Chunsun saw the middle-aged scholar in Southern Dynasty's attire waving his sleeve. The wind and clouds in heaven and earth changed as he waved his sleeve like a dragon. Duanbua Erwi's qi activity was like a battlement that was hit by a huge rock that weighed 1,000 kilograms. He staggered a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His qi was extremely chaotic. Duanbua Erwi was indeed a loyal servant. He shouted in exasperation, "Young master, leave quickly. Don't bother about me." Tuoba Chunsun's feet were rooted to the ground, and his body didn't move an inch. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but it was as if he was wrapped in endless strands of fate and couldn't move. After the middle-aged scholar kept his sleeve, he said lightly, "I'm Chao Chongqing from West Chu. Many years ago, I took in this disciple, Su Qi, in Beimang's Southern Dynasty. I don't know how you got into a situation where you won't rest until one of you is dead." Chu Cha and the group almost fell off their horses. Chao Chongqing. This was the first celestial being who entered Liang Imperial Palace 3 times. If you have the ability, go show your prowess to my father. Why are you being calculative with a junior like me? Chao Zhongqing smiled and said, "Young prince, don't try to provoke me with words. If I have the chance, I will fight with Bodhisattva Tuoba. However, I believe that Deng Tea has already passed Gusai State and is heading north to the imperial tent. If I go there now, I will be suspected of taking advantage of him." Tuoba Chunsun suddenly smiled brightly and said with a cheeky smile, "Uncle Chao, you are being too serious. Among the 10 people on the martial roll, other than Wang Xianji from the martial emperor city, my father respects you the most. He personally said that Chao Qingyi is the well-deserved Confucian saint in this world. I didn't know this person was Uncle Chao's disciple. If I'm rude, I hope Uncle Chao doesn't mind. No wonder this person could kill my retainer. His name is Su Qi. Congratulations to the Southern Dynasty for having a young talent who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Yelu Dongbei and Murong Longjiang. Chao Chongqing only said, I just entered the realm of land immortal. I'll definitely fight with Tuoba in half a year. Tuoba Chunsun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to slap himself. The three sects had two sages, Qilin, and Buddha Dragon Tree. He was wondering why Confucianism, the most powerful sect, lacked a land immortal. And it just so happened to be Su Qi's master. Tuoba Chunsun calmed his mind, and he no longer had his cold-blooded temper and arrogance from before. He lowered his head and asked gently, Uncle Chao, can I return to the Northern Dynasty? The lady whose beauty could be ranked in the top 3 leaped down from the great Liang Dragon Sparrow sword. She faced Tuoba Chunsun and said coldly, if you want to kill him, I'll kill you. The great Liang Dragon Sparrow was intelligent. It circled around the lady like a little bird. This scene made Duan Bo shudder. How old was this lady? Was she really a sword immortal? A female sword immortal in her 20s? Tuoba Chunsun cursed this Southern Dynasty scholar with the surname Su. Not only did he have a master that made others jealous, but he also had a beauty that even he was jealous of. He quickly smiled and said, since I already know that brother Su Qi is Uncle Chao's direct disciple, I won't dare to provoke you. Goodbye. When we return to the Northern Dynasty, the Tuoba clan will treat Uncle Chao and the rest with respect. Tuoba Chunsun solemnly bowed and bade farewell. Just like that, the curtain fell on the hunting expedition that was as loud as thunder and as heavy as raindrops. Su Fengnian's vision was still blurry. He was like a fish that was thrown onto the shore. He gasped for air and laughed while enduring the pain. Little mud man, if you talk like that, others will misunderstand that I'm living off you. Jianghu raised her eyebrows and was about to reward him with a sword. However, she held herself back when she saw his condition. She disdained to hit him when he was down. Su Fengnian sat down. His tense heartstrings relaxed again and again. He kept vomiting blood but still controlled a flying sword to nourish his fetus. Chao Chongqing smiled and shook his head. He walked to His Royal Highness and sat down cross-legged in front of Su Fengnian. He didn't delay Su Fengnian from using the secret technique of Wu family's sword tomb to nurture the flying sword. When the flying sword entered his sleeve, he tapped 16 acupoints consecutively with one finger to temporarily suppress Su Fengnian's qi dynamic. He said warmly, His Royal Highness has actually just entered the realm of Great Vajra, cultivating both Buddhism and Taoism. This is surprising and delightful. Su Fengnian, whose face was pale, frowned and smiled bitterly. Great Vajra realm? Similar to Li Xiaoxin of the two Zen temples? Chao Chongqing smiled and nodded. Even though she has just entered this realm, she's not much different from an ordinary mature Vajra realm. Su Fengnian glanced at the little mud man who had her back facing him deliberately. He asked curiously, why is she riding a sword and flying? Chao Chongqing was about to speak when Jianghu snorted coldly as if to remind him. This official smiled and didn't explain. Chapter 490. Su Fengnian smiled and said, if I had to guess, it must be that practicing swordsmanship is too difficult and only picked the most fun and scary sword riding with old Li, right? Jianghu turned around and said angrily, what? Even if I only know how to ride a sword, I'm still better than you. You came to Beimang alone and pretended to be a master. Without your retinue and Bailiang cavalry, you were still beaten so badly. Look, a casual sentence had revealed the truth. Chao Chongqing smiled warmly. No matter what, the princess couldn't win against this Bailiang crown prince. Su Fengnian had a chance to breathe. His complexion gradually improved and the mark between his eyebrows turned from black to dark purple. He covered his chest and asked carefully, "How is old Senior Li?" Chao Chongqing sighed and said, "If he forced himself to hold on, he should have had 10 more years. But old Senior went with the flow and didn't care about his life. He felt that 3 or 4 years was enough to teach the princess the way of the sword." The little clay man's eyes turned red and moist. He choked and said, "It's all your fault." Su Fengnian was silent. Chao Chongqing said softly, "The purpose of this trip north was to contact a few people of the spring and autumn period who were born in West Chu. Before I entered Beimang, I went to Bailiang Palace and met the great general. Only then did I know that your whereabouts were leaked. I promised to kill Chen Jibao to repay the favor, but your highness didn't agree. Later on, the great general also declined. The great general only asked me to pass a message to you." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Speak." Chao Chongqing flicked his fingers and continued to treat Su Fengnian's injuries. He said, "The great general wants your highness to go home early." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "It's easy for you to say." Jiang and I said angrily, "You asked for it." Su Fengnian glared at her, and she glared back at him. They stared at each other. Chao Chongqing pretended not to see and said, "After your whereabouts were leaked, there were 2 people in Beimang who were hired to kill you. I only know one of them is a blind female zither player from the 10 Devil Path. She is just like the Korean Renmao of the Liang dynasty. She is the best at pointing fingers and killing Vajras." Jiang and I sneered, "Remember to run when you see her. Don't forget your life when you see her." Su Fengnian snapped, "When men speak, women shut up." Jiang and I flew into a rage, "I'll stab you to death." Su Fengnian gave him a sideways glance. "That's my sword. Aren't you embarrassed? It has only been 3 days since we last met, and I have a whole new level of respect for you. Putting aside your swordsmanship, the thickness of your skin is comparable to mine." Jiang Ni's pretty face flushed red, and the great Liang dragon sparrow sword flew at an astonishing speed. Chao Chongqing felt a bit of a headache. Wasn't it a bit inappropriate for an outsider to be flirting in such a way? However, he quickly recalled His Royal Highness's even more inappropriate confession and immediately felt relieved. Enemies always meet. She hit the nail on the head. Su Fengnian laughed, "Little mud man, have you gotten calluses on your hands? Let me take a look and I'll know if you've been slacking off." Jiang and I replied with His Royal Highness's catchphrase, "Shut up." However, compared to Su Fengnian's, "Shut up," her momentum was much weaker. Chao Chongqing said slowly, "It was the king of Bailiang who gave me the approximate route to the north, and I was able to meet His Royal Highness in time. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life." Su Fengnian shook his head and laughed, "Congratulations to Sir for becoming a saint." Chao Chongqing said calmly, "It's all thanks to the princess's calligraphy and sword control." Su Fengnian couldn't hide the surprise on his face. The little mud man snorted a few times, and his limpid eyes were obviously complacent. Su Fengnian asked, "When will you leave for Gusai Prefecture of the Southern Dynasties?" The green-robed Confucian who had reached the realm of Confucian saint smiled and said, "We'll have to wait until His Royal Highness recovers." The little mud man fanned the flames and said, "Master, master, master." Su Fengnian smiled but didn't say anything. Chao Chongqing squinted his eyes and smiled brightly. He said, "The prince is indeed a master. Facing 3 Vajra realm martial artists, you fought and killed one of them. The closed sword technique, which was born from the sword opening gate, and the 12 swords given by Dong Tai, will definitely shock the 2 Jianghu in the future." Su Fengnian shook his head and sighed, "Not to mention Elder Li and Mr. Chao, even compared to White Fox's face, he's still far behind. Not to mention there's a bull rider." Jiang and I curled his lips and said, "Compared to Hong Shixiang and Nangong Push, he's really shameless." Su Fengnian nodded seriously and said, "If he's shameless, how can he say he likes you? You're the same. I just called out your name, and you rushed over on your sword." Jianghu was instantly defeated and threw away his armor. His ears turned red. He wanted to say something but couldn't say a word. Chao Chongqing tactfully turned a deaf ear. Su Fengnian and Jianghu said at the same time, "I'll kill you with one sword." Jianghu, who had been defeated again and again, hurriedly left on his sword. One sword came from the west and one sword went to the east. Only Su Fengnian and Chao Chongqing were left at the scene. Su Fengnian asked, "It's okay for him to leave like this, right?" Chao Chongqing smiled and said, "It's okay. Everything within 100 miles is under my control. His Royal Highness can heal himself." Su Fengnian closed his eyes and concentrated. Jianghu stood on the sword 10 miles away in one breath. Her long sleeves fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She bit her lips and was about to cry. She carelessly wiped her cheeks and said to herself, "Don't cry." Chao Chongqing calmed himself down and felt a little emotional. After parting ways in the Jiangnan circuit, the princess and his uncle returned to the Old West Chu. In the beautiful mountains and limpid waters, regarding the unique cultivation method he taught her, she slacked off for 3 days to fish and 2 days to dry the net. She only diligently took care of a vegetable garden, never getting tired of it. Otherwise, she would lie on the table in her room in a daze counting copper coins. It wasn't until she saw Li Chungang, who broke 2,600 armor with one sword by the Guangling River, that she smiled. However, she was not interested in learning swordsmanship after that. She only put in some effort to practice her calligraphy. It was only when he said that he was going to northern Mang and might have to make a trip to the northern Liang prince's mansion that she picked up the great Liang dragonfinch and took the initiative to practice swordsmanship. After bargaining with Li Chungang for an entire day, she finally chose the most outstanding swordsmanship, imperial sword manipulation. However, the princess's temperament was really mischievous and lazy. She was afraid of heights since young. Even if she occasionally mustered up the courage to imperial sword manipulation, she would only fly a few feet above the ground. Her diligence in imperial sword manipulation increased the closer she got to northern Liang. It was only when she heard that Su Fengnian was rushing to northern Mang that she began to truly focus on imperial sword manipulation. Flying on the sword over the mountain peak. Flying on the sword across the river. Her momentum was like a rainbow. Her realm improved by leaps and bounds. Even Chao Chongqing was shocked and amazed. Chapter 491. Chao Chongqing took advantage of Su Fengnian's meditative state to take a few glances at him. There was no doubt that he had just entered the Vajra realm. Compared to when he first met him in Gangnam-do, his aura was much grander. In West Chu, he and Li Chungang had nothing to do, drinking and discussing heroes. The old god of swords had mentioned this ill-fated prince of Bailiang many times. His words were full of praise and criticism, and he had raised his future achievements to the same level as Bai Hu, Er's face at Tide Listening Pavilion and Wuxia Xianxia at Mount Longhu. The old senior had praised this young man's tenacity, unlike the usual playboys. Although his martial arts talent was slightly inferior to Hong Shixiang's, he could make up for it with hard work. Moreover, he was so afraid of death that he was willing to use the stupidest method to improve his realm. The only thing he disliked was that this young man was affectionate and heartless towards women. Whenever he saw a beautiful girl, he could not help but flirt with her. His skill in defecating was superb, but he was careless in wiping his ass. He was like this to the West Chu remnant Yu Xuanji and Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei, which made the old man roll his eyes. Chao Chongqing did not have a good or bad impression of this young man. However, he was able to refuse the temptation of giving away the princess in exchange for killing Chen Jibao. Chao Chongqing had been through ups and downs in the officialdom and was already experienced in the ways of the world. He was only slightly surprised. Long-term planning was his forte. If Su Fengnian had agreed at that time, it would have been really disappointing. With the princess's stubbornness, she would not hesitate to stab this heartless man to death or never see him again for the rest of her life. Chao Chongqing was actually happy with such a situation. It was far less worrisome than the current situation. However, when the princess came riding on her sword and heard the confession of a dying man, Chao Chongqing could not help but sigh. Back then in the palace of West Chu, he entered the palace at a young age and played the jade pieces for so many years. Who was he playing for? Did she know that person? Perhaps even before she died, she only thought that this chess player was giving pointers to the emperor, right? Compared to this young man in front of him, even if he was already a Confucian saint, wasn't he inferior? Chao Chongqing turned his head and looked in the direction where the little princess, the pillar of the old West Chu, flew on her sword inside. She and Su Fengnian were destined to part ways. In the future, she would be forced to risk her life because of her uncle and the fate of the West Chu country. Was this why she was so lazy to practice the sword under the guise of being afraid of suffering? Chao Chongqing collected his thoughts. Seeing that Su Fengnian's qi had reached a critical point, he gently tapped his fingers to help him climb up Mount Kunlun. In this battle, his meridians were severely damaged. Even with the protection of the Great Yellow Court, which had been unique in Taoism for hundreds of years, it was not easy. Why did His Royal Highness have to do this? Chao Chongqing smiled. In his opinion, in times of chaos, wealth and honor were sought in the narrow path. In times of prosperity, one had to walk the bright path. Su Fengnian, the nobleman's son, seemed to be in the middle. He looked bright on the surface, but he was dangerous on the inside. Chao Chongqing did not have any pity for him. Since he was born into the Su family, he had to be aware of the difficulties. The princess, whose real name was Jianghu, was the same. How could she be an indifferent woman with great fortune on her back? After Su Fengnian's 3 qi revolutions, he opened his eyes and asked, "Are you really going to restore the West Chu dynasty? Is that why you came to Beimang to contact the survivors?" Chao Chongqing did not hide this. He nodded and said, "That's right. Many of the West Chu survivors are now powerful ministers of the Southern Dynasty in Beimang. Before I arrived at the border, I went to the Liang Palace and carved words on the 9 Dragons wall, revealing my identity as the princess to the world. The imperial court began to set up a literary prison. The king of Guangling also personally led troops to suppress the 6 academies. The old grand preceptor of the capital, Sun Shiji, resigned and returned to his hometown. The students of the imperial college were agitated. The left chancellor and right chancellor's pretense of affection was completely broken. The emperor of the Zhao family did not approve of the old grand preceptor's resignation, but allowed Huanwen to resign from his position as the left chancellor and go to Guangling Taoism to be the administrator to appease the public opinion of the scholars. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, it's her. Otherwise, she would definitely hate you for making things difficult for her." Chao Chongqing said calmly, "No matter if the restoration of the country fails or succeeds, I will definitely apologize to the princess with my death at an appropriate time. I have to give the princess peace and stability." Su Fengnian changed the heavy topic and asked with a frown, "Why did Dong Tai go to the northern dynasty to provoke Tuoba?" Chao Chongqing, who was sitting upright and still, stretched out 2 fingers to stroke a lock of hair and smiled. 3 months ago, I fought with him at the ruins of the Western Wall. It was at that time that I had ascended. Dong Tai said that fighting with me was boring and wanted to go to Tuoba to ask for a beating. However, although Dong Tai said it lightly, I know that this time, he will not fight with Wang Xianji. He will only use the martial emperor city as a whetstone to sharpen his sword. This time, there will only be 2 results. Either he will die at the hands of Tuoba, or he will survive and become a sword immortal. Dong Tai's swordsmanship is only used to kill people. If he becomes a sword immortal, he will really have a chance to shake Wang Xianji's throne as the world's #1. Since the 12 flying swords were given to His Royal Highness, I guess when Dong Tai will stop using the peach blossom branch, the world will no longer dare to say that Wang Xianji and Tuoba can easily kill the remaining 8 people if they work together. Your Highness will continue to go deeper into Beimang in the future. Let's wait and see. Su Fengnian smiled and said, since you have become a saint, this statement is not valid. Chao Chongqing shook his head and said, in the eyes of the world, the saints of the three sects have high realms. However, when it comes to killing, they are too weak. This time, I entered the realm of Earth Immortal to build momentum for the princess. If I were to fall into the eyes of the hidden experts, would only be a laughing stock. Su Fengnian went straight to the point and joked, Sir, you are too modest. A saint is a saint. Who dares to look down on you? If I had your realm and didn't have any status to worry about, I would also go to the palace to make a scene and embarrass the 9-5 sovereign. Chao Chongqing's finger stopped beside a strand of hair. He then folded his hands on his knees and said with a smile, if such a day really comes, Chao Chongqing will definitely go and watch. Su Fengnian smiled and said, I was just saying. Sir, don't take it seriously. Chapter 492. Chao Chongqing glanced at the vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see and said calmly, back in the day, there was an old man from West Chu who rushed to the frontier fortress. His horizons were broadened and he was deeply moved. This Hanlon also changed his poetry from that of a dancer to that of a scholar official. It can be seen that your Highness left Beiliang's eaves and went to Beimang alone. You have the foresight and boldness to establish your own family. Very good. Su Fengnian said bitterly, if teacher hadn't arrived in time, there's an 80 to 90% chance that I would have died here. Chao Chongqing stared at the young man's face and said in a low voice, do you know how many times the king of Beiliang has fallen into a life-threatening situation in his military life? Su Fengnian said softly, Su Xiao is only a second-ranked martial artist, but he likes to take the lead. He himself said that it was because of great luck that he didn't die. He also said that he actually has the ability to lead a province's military and government. It's just that he was somehow pushed to the high position of king with a different surname. Chao Chongqing said ruefully, the great general has attracted a lot of hatred and burdens for the Zhao family by becoming the king with a different surname. Do you think that the king of Zhao family doesn't want to do this? It's just that he doesn't have the national power yet. It's just like how the Empress of Beimang still doesn't have the national power to break through the gates of Beiliang. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Teacher, I suspect that you're trying to sow discord. Chao Chongqing laughed and said, Your Highness, you and I are well aware of that. Su Fengnian smiled but didn't say anything. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Su Fengnian finally frowned and said, It's a pity that Tuoba Chunsun left alive. Although teacher has temporarily taken in a cheap disciple and raised a flag for me, with the Tuoba family's background, it won't take long to find some clues. Chao Chongqing said indifferently, the reason I saved him was to return the favor that Gongnamdu owed. From now on, I don't owe the Su family anything. Otherwise, with the enmity between the king of Beiliang and West Chu, it would be against my status if I didn't kill your highness. Su Fengnian said, we don't owe you anymore. Chao Chongqing suddenly shook his head, as if he was helpless. On the other side, Jiang Ni controlled his great Liang dragon sparrow to cut through the sky and made a big circle to intercept Tuoba Chunsun's group. Seeing that Chao Zhongqing was not there, Tuoba Chunsun secretly let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, may I know what advice you have for me? Jiang Ni said indifferently, go to hell. Tuoba Chunsun suppressed his anger and murderous intent. He was still smiling as he said innocently, Uncle Chao has magnanimously let me go. Why don't you smile and forget about the enmity? Jiang Ni jumped off the flying sword that was even more worthy of its name than Su Fengnian's. After landing on the ground, he did not waste time talking nonsense with this little Tuoba. He put his index and middle fingers together and whispered, Lin. The great Liang's dragon sparrow pierced through the sky in an instant. Its majestic aura was not inferior to Bo-Er's thunder spear. Tuoba Chunsun's pupils contracted violently. He quickly took out an arrow from his quiver and shot it with his bow. The arrow hit the flying sword accurately. Not only was it bounced off, but it was also crushed by the majestic sword aura. The great Liang's dragon sparrow didn't slow down. Tuoba Chunsun, who was sitting on the horse, was defeated by the arrow. He pulled out his Mang saber and held it in front of him to block the flying sword. The Mang saber trembled slightly and was cut in half. Tuoba Chunsun lowered his head, threw away the Mang saber, and dodged off the horse. The flying sword circled back to Jianghu, which was equivalent to drawing a complete circle. Formation. Jianghu bent his middle finger and put it on his thumb, gently forming a seal. What a great celestial being sitting in the dark, the sword in the vast ocean. If Li Chungang saw this scene, he would definitely boast that his disciple was more worthy of the 500-year praise than him. The flying sword soared in the sky, turning and turning as it wished. The swordwill was like antelope hanging from the horns, drawing a dazzling trajectory. Chu Cha, and the others only saw young Prince Tuoba being chased in all directions like a dog that had fallen into the water, while this Zishai and the 100 cavalrymen all dismounted from their horses and crouched on the ground at the same time, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Bo Er was afraid of the flying sword's speed and sharpness. He only dared to use his chi to meet the enemy, helping his young master to share the burden of the tide-like sword aura. This young woman cultivated the heavenly way of the Confucian school that Chao Chongqing taught her and the supreme way of the sword that Li Chungang painstakingly created. No one in the world could be like her, who had both a gifted foundation and an unparalleled amount of luck. Ordinary martial artists had to painstakingly climb up the stairs, looking at the mountains and sighing at their inadequacies. She was the only one who could reach the heavenly way in a single step and still recklessly waste natural resources. She would slack off from time to time and always like to be in a daze on the way to the top. However, it was precisely such a woman who did not put much effort into the way of the sword that Li Chungang recognized as a person who could still reach the peak of the way of the sword even though her way of the sword had already reached a high level. When Su Fengnian saw the little clay man returning on the flying sword in a huff, he asked Chao Chongqing softly, "She went to find trouble with Tuoba Chunsun?" Chao Guanzi smiled and nodded, "Of course she didn't kill him. Tuoba Chunsun and that retainer were probably apprehensive of my existence, so they didn't fight back." Su Fengnian asked, "Mister, can you give me another 4 hours to recuperate so that I can talk to Jianghu?" Chao Chongqing nodded expressionlessly. After 4 hours, Su Fengnian slowly exhaled a long breath with a normal expression. By the time he staggered to his feet, Chao Chongqing had already disappeared without a trace. A few miles away, Chao Chongqing grabbed the gray hair hanging down from his temples with both hands and looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. How many separations and separations could a person endure? Su Fengnian walked toward the woman whose back was facing him in the distance. She heard the approaching footsteps and sneered, "The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death." Su Fengnian stood side by side with her and looked toward the south together. He did not provoke her verbally. After so many years of bickering, she was always defeated. She said coldly, "If you dare to die in Beimang." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and interrupted her, "I know what you want to say. You want to find my corpse and whip it to vent your anger, right?" She bit her lips and turned her head away fiercely, "It's good that you know." Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment and walked in front of her. He touched her forehead and said gently, "I will practice my saber with all my heart. You should practice your sword with all your heart. Let's make a deal. If you lose to me in the future, I won't let you go." She had originally wanted to curse him, say something about how he could beat her with his mediocre martial arts, or that she could already fly on a sword, or something like that. But for some reason, just looking at him covered in blood, she felt very unfamiliar. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and she could not hide the tears in her eyes. Su Fengnian reached out a finger and tapped on her cheek, "Dimple."